was due to the work that you did. Your Royal Majesty, as we have inherited a difficult economic situation, I'll be calling on you again from time to time. And I know that when I call on you, you will not hesitate so that we can work together to put our nation, Ghana, back on its feet. I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Ghana for the confidence reposed in me and the NDC in electing us to government. I know that your expectations, Akwesidai being the first for the year, is also the first after the...
Shall take up. Very much aware, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only. And then the nominee will most likely be discharged. We are reminding the majority that their well-behaved posture will lead to the fast-tracking of the nominee.
We behave well. We behave well. Also behave well. Behave well.
We behave well.
Honorable Iddrisu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also have that kind of nostalgic feeling coming to Parliament and having our leader guiding, mentoring, and now leaving the Education Ministry, and he's about to take over. So it's a very interesting moment. Let me first of all congratulate you, Honorable Haruna, on your nomination for this very, very important ministry.
Thank you.
For our great nation, Ghana. Honorable Chair, I know Honorable had done some work at the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. At that time, he superintended over TVET education for most of the TVET schools that are now under the Ministry of Education. Chair, I would like the nominee to share with us, beyond the manifesto commitments, what are some of the things that he's going to look out for in terms of the role of education in this fourth industrial revolution, 21st century. Education is very important. I want him to share with us what his ideas are and what are some of the things that he's going to be looking out for to ensure that we have a more robust education system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. First Deputy Speaker and Chair of the committee, leadership of the committee, and Honorable Minority Leader, members of the Appointment Committee, and colleagues who have had opportunity to come and solidarize. It's my honor and privilege to respond to the question posed by the just passed Minister for Education on what President Mahama and the NDC intend to do with the education sector. Let me assure the Honorable former Minister that I conceive of education not just as a matter of human rights, but a powerful and key driver of development and one of the strongest instruments that can be used to reduce poverty, improve health, and ensure gender inequality. President John Dramani Mahama intends to increase investment in the education sector to respond to the infrastructure deficits of the education sector, beginning from preschool through basic primary education to free secondary school and to the tertiary level. Enormous financial investment will be made to continue with major initiative that was done. Chair, fortunately for me, this is a sector which has the best of expertise. I intend to rely on their varied experiences and expertise to guide me in the formulation of policy, the improvement of policy. But Mr. Speaker, let me assure this committee that President John Dramani Mahama has no option to cancel free senior high school. Therefore, those who listen to him, even in the course of his campaign, to have stated that he will expand free senior high school to private schools was to tell Ghanaians that as President of the Republic, he wants to give true meaning to Article 25 of the 1992 Constitution and Article 38, which spells out the objectives of our educational policy. But Chair, the important thing is that he will subject the free senior high school to a review. The review will mean subjecting it to, one, there will be a stakeholder national education forum to discuss the future and state of education in Ghana, with emphasis on the future of the free senior high school, in particular how to assure it of adequate, reliable, sustainable financing. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to, at this moment, stir controversy, but some of the numbers, Mr. Minister, as you may recall, I will validate some of the statistics to some statistical validation of those issues. So we will undertake a stakeholder forum which will involve donors and partners, involve academia, parents and students to review the free senior high school program. I should acknowledge, ADPEL have noted that it remains one of the boldest steps in wanting to transform education. It was a matter of debate between free universal education absorbing all the costs and progressively free, starting with infrastructure. But President Mahama intends to undertake a comprehensive review of it to make it sustainable. Thank you.
You have a further question?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me indicate that we have two members, leadership of the subject matter committee, but the two of them will not ask questions. One will pose all the questions. Go ahead with your question.
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful for the response from the nominee. Honorable Chair, beyond secondary education, which normally is the upper secondary, because by our statutes, we don't look at junior high as part of secondary. Beyond secondary education, I know there are a number of manifesto commitments in the field of tertiary, which is guaranteeing or is going to promise of fee-free level 100. If the nominee can shed some light on it, so that we'll be able to know what's going to happen in that area.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, and thank you, Honorable Minister. President Mahama and the NDC promised free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the population of students who enter tertiary institutions, that is what the state will be required to do. We intend to provide that money to the affected universities, at least one to make refund to all those who have already paid those fees. But Chairman, the beauty of this is that it's open. Even parents who are still willing to pay can do so under this principle that has been introduced by the NDC. So we intend to mobilize with the Ministry of Finance some additional financing to cater for the population of students. It will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it. and will provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money, and the president intends to expand this over the years. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, one of the areas that I will always be proud of as a former Minister for Education is the area of science, technology, engineering, mathematics education. Great progress has been made. Yes. And
who measured it? Who measured it?
As measured.
Please address the chair.
Chair.
Who measured it?
Great progress has been made. It has been validated. It has been validated around the world. STEM education in Ghana. I want to ask the nominee what plan his soon-to-be ministry is going to do about STEM education.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Honorable. The significant thing for the NDC and President Mahama, as far as education is concerned, is for us to contribute meaningful to our national sustainable development efforts. At the tertiary level, emphasis will be on access, quality, and relevance. At the secondary level, emphasis will be on foundational learning in order that we can produce critical thinkers for the future. There will be a review of pedagogy and curriculum at all levels of education to meet the country's aspirations into the future and for meaningful contribution to our national development effort. I should note the effort you have done in getting STEM. We intend to build, at least in every region of Ghana, a model STEM school, which will carry from kindergarten to senior high school to produce men for the future of work. We appreciate that going into the future, we need to train more people in science, information and communication technology and engineering. In that respect, our universities will be expected to relate more to industry without compromising their core academic objective training models. Thank you, Chair.
Any further question?
Yes, please. Honorable Chair, this House have had an opportunity to approve Get Farm formula. We have all lamented about capping and debate about uncapping. I want to know the opinion of the nominee in the next budget coming up, what he intends to advocate for and push for in order to meet these aspirations of this House, which have been around for a long time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question. And for me, also nostalgic. Those days in 1997, I was one of the strong advocates with many of our colleagues around here to advocate for the establishment of the GET Fund. Before then, tertiary education was largely public funded. Tuition remained free. There was no access even to private tertiary institutions. The Ghana Education Trust Fund has done its part. In the last few years, it has suffered because of the decision of then Minister of Finance to cap it. President Mahama and the Minister of Finance have gone public, and I join them in saying that we will uncap the GET Fund to free additional resources to support robust infrastructure development. Indeed, mathematically, cap GET Fund today is about $3.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Uncap it will make available to the Ministry of Education some 7.9 billion, which will accelerate expanded infrastructure. For instance, there are about 2,800 schools that needs to be fixed to deal with the problems of overcrowding. There are about 26,000 schools which has no changing facility for young girls for purposes of hygiene. There are about 780 schools that is required to expand access to junior high school. We will uncap GET Fund. I would engage the Minister for Finance to do this as a matter of expediency, and for the President to engage with the IMF to review the memorandum which included the GET Fund in the negotiations. President Mahama has said that he will review the IMF. So part of the review will be to uncap the GET fund and free those additional resources to support the country to rely on GET fund resources to finance education generally, in particular higher education.
Approve. Discharge.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Honorable Chair, in this great country, Ghana, the middle class has been squeezed for many years.
Especially with the
Teachers, nurses have been squeezed, given the fact that majority of them have to find money to send their children to private school at the junior high school level especially, before then jumping into public schools at the senior high school level. Our public schools have gone into serious dilapidation for many years. And I'm happy that we began an effort to transform public schools. Public schools in rural areas have seen new facilities. Urban areas, new public schools have been built so that the middle class can find solace in our public schools. And I'm happy that at least in Greater Accra, you can see Accra STEM Academy.
Please, order. Honorable, you see, I do not want to mention your name again.
But you mentioned the name already.
Again. So the public school transformation agenda is something that's very dear to the middle class. Honorable Chair, I want to ask my soon-to-be Minister for Education what are his ideas and opinions about making sure that children, all children, have quality public schools to attend, and that if a parent doesn't have the resources, they will not go and look for a loan to send their children to private schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, our intervention in the education sector will be all-encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education. In my reading in the last few days, I have come to appreciate a major dichotomy which needs our urgent critical attention. Rural-urban dichotomy in the quality of education, northern-south dichotomy in the quality of education, and more deprived schools not producing because of quality of teachers and the presence of teachers in those areas. I intend, even when we assume office, to engage the Honorable Minister for Local Government as part of the financial realignment to get him to accept that teacher accommodation can be done by realigning common fund into building those for teachers in the rural areas. I do know that conditions of service generally for workers in the Ghanaian public sector is not the best. I had the privilege in the last few years to be Ghana's Minister for Employment. I did my utmost best to deal with some of the most incipient labor disputes of the country. But nonetheless, the cascading effect of what you do for the teacher, its economic and financial implications for the nurse, the pharmacist, the doctor, is what guides the purse. Therefore, what is in the kitty? We need to improve revenue mobilization generally. And in education, it will be appreciated if, and Parliament members are here, if we can dedicate 20% of national expenditure into education, or allocate at least a minimum of 5 to 6% of GDP to support education, then over a 10-year period, we would have done enough to expand and make these facilities available. At the basic level, and this was my concern, you haven't achieved free compulsory universal basic education, and you have up there a free senior high school education. You will still have in urban areas, Honorable former Minister and Chairman, in the urban areas, the out of school dropout, you see them. In the rural areas, you don't. That's the danger. We also have to be careful that we are not producing unemployed graduates from free senior high school would become a threat to an unemployable. So that is why Minister hailed some of the TVET initiative, because we have to improve employability. And employability is better than through technical vocational training. We will expand access to all TVET institutions. I'm aware that some of your initiatives were 30, 20, 40%, because you didn't have money because you capped Get Fund. You remember, I don't want the minority leader to look into my eye. So they are capping the free resources for you to be able to expand those TVET institutions. President Mahama and the NDC will complete all those TVET institutions, giving respect to the directive principles of state policy, that as president, he has a responsibility to the state to continue every good initiative of the previous government. I thank you.
Thank you. You have further question? Please go ahead.
Oh, it's okay.
And I plead that should be the last question.
The last one. Honorable Chair, I think there has been interesting debate about the issue of E-blocks.
Yes.
And
The one you abandoned.
E-blocks, we completed a number of them across the country. But the good news is that government is a continuum. And that is why, beyond completing E-blocks, we added boarding facilities to those that are in remote locations. Adansia Peja is an example. Edujama is an example. Drobonso is an example where we added boarding facilities so that the facilities will become useful to the people of Ghana. It's not about us, it's about the children. So I think beyond completing E-blocks that have not been completed, Honorable nominee, Honorable Chair, would the Honorable nominee look into the possibility of adding boarding facilities if an E-block is in a distant location and students cannot walk to the school, so they become more useful to the country? Thank you.
Chair, the government will have no difficulty at all accepting to work to add boarding facilities where it's necessary. My own personal experience during the campaign was the day I was driving from Yendi towards Miang, and you see a major E facility on the Miang road. I saw school girls and boys walking the street from Yendi, walking towards that area. That reminded me that if there's any opportunity to add a boarding facility to that, we should do that. And then also in Cherpuni, and also in the same road, I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary. Ours is to expand access, ensure relevance and quality delivery by improving the conditions of service of teachers to the best that the economy can do, and to improve their quality through motivation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. Honorable Yusuf, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. And first of all, let me congratulate my senior brother, Honorable Iddrisu Haruna, for this nomination. And also just to put it on the record that we are very proud of you, especially with the young politicians from the north. And you serve as inspiration to us from your days as the student leader all the way to your parliamentary responsibility, from being a Minister of Communication, Minister of Employment, and now Trade, and also this. My question to you, Honorable nominee, one of the biggest challenges in our educational sector is the high drop rate of at the basic level. And according to the African Education Watch, in the northern region, only 5 out of 10 students who enroll in KG are able to complete primary school. And after that, only 3 are able to complete JSS. being the first Minister for Education from the northern sector of our country in the Fourth Republic, what will you do to ensure that we address this issue that the Ghana Education Watch have just identified? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members, and colleague, thanks for those warm compliments. It's important again to recognize that as a country, there is the northern-south divide when it comes to access to education, beginning from 1876, when the first school was established, and subsequently in the north, we got ours around 1951. So you can imagine the gap and the deficit. Even Achimota School around 1924, at the time that Tamale Secondary School, which became the first in the north, we will work to close that gap. Indeed, even for the implementation of the free senior high school, it is noted that participation rate is very high in northern Ghana. That explains that probably it is true that poverty was a problem to accessing quality education. So it's quality, equality, and equity. I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior high school, basic schools, and secondary schools in northern Ghana, and also in Oti and western north. The statistics is not too encouraging for them. The urban concept, many in this area have taken full advantage of it. With the rare privilege of the President entrusting me as his Minister for Education, I will work towards equity and improve quality to education at all levels of our country. I would endeavor to close that gap, recognizing that I may have to do some affirmative action interventions to get it going, to correct some of the historical imbalances that are possible deficit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yet you are moving to your fourth ministry, from communications to trade to labor and employment, or employment and labor, and now education. I'm sure something bigger will follow this. You are welcome. Let me say that the dexterity with which you answer your questions, oscillating between different subject areas, even though they are education, tells me that you flourish in this portfolio too. You will do well. And let me also commend you that I'm part of the people you mentored. I remember very well the day you asked Abuja to mentor me because I have potential. And we are your products. You know your products. We have about 7. Sweeney is here. So we want to commend you for this. I want to wish you well. And we know that the reform that the sector cries for, you bring to bear, especially in areas that require it. The free SHS bill that was never done, I'm sure it will be one of your priorities so that it could be passed to ground this good policy. We wish you well. Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
for those warm words.
I will take a comment from the Chief Whip, Honorable Anodon Pray.
To make it brief.
Let there be order.
Who said God?
Honorable Leader.
May I have your attention?
We are not in a lecture hall.
Let me join colleagues to commend you highly for your nomination. Not to depart essentially from what my good friend Rambo Dafemepo said. We've known you way back. We all know, I personally know what you have done in terms of your contribution to where I am today. I recall our days at the Nooks. I can only urge you and encourage you. I don't have a question for you.
For the first time.
Your competence cannot be lost on somebody like me. And those of us in the minority, especially. We know what you are and what you are capable of doing. I only want to caution that just be careful as you move forward. We are praying for you. Please be careful. Expectations out there are very high. And those of us in the minority, we love you. We want to see you succeed. We want to see Honorable Haruna succeed. I am only questioning. Honorable Leader, I'm only questioning.
Thank you.
Just tread with caution and just be cautious. We are with you and we wish you well. Honorable Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Deputy Majority Leader, whether he has a question or a comment.
Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, congratulations.
Thank you.
You indeed earned the right for the courtesies we are seeing this morning because of your long years of dedicated service to our country. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be a very successful education minister. I have personally worked with you and with a lot of support as energy minister. I've sat with you, and so there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful. But the sector you are entering has a lot of challenges, and one of them has to do with industrial unrest, especially strikes by various professional groups in the educational sector. I know you've been a labor minister, and these are challenges that will stare you in your face as a minister. What are some of the strategies that you'll be adopting to address some of these challenges? Chair, thank you very much. As I have said, it is a sector which is also advantageously has the best human resource of our country, from the professors, doctors. We will work with them. Industrial disputes are inevitable, and for a developing country, you naturally should anticipate some labor unrest, some conflict between labor and government on matters with borders on their conditions of service. For the universities, the statutes of the university provide how council can negotiate them. There were contentious issues about book and research allowance, but more importantly, it's always a question of government timeously responding to agreements that have been made with trade unions and organized labor. If you say that you want to revise allowances, it takes effect from 1st June. For many of them, they expect that by 1st July, that is ready, at least to complement what they call their meager or inadequate salary. So the finance minister can, at many instances, I've had that experience with the Honorable Seth Tekbe then when he was Minister for Finance. And Chair, if you permitted me, I'll just share this example. There was an instance where judicial service workers embarked on strike action. At the time, Theodora Georgina Wood was the Chief Justice of the Republic. And in a meeting that President Mahama requested Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, together with myself and others to engage, I had to ask the Honorable Sentekwe that, does he appreciate what it means when judicial service workers are on strike? If somebody was entitled to a bill, and I'm sure Honorable Minority Leader should be interested in this, if the courts don't sit, you'll be putting the person into a human rights crisis. At the time, Justice Theodora Wood related to me that, look, in our IGF, there's about 38 million. We cannot touch it because the Ministry of Finance have not granted us permission to use IGF. It was when my attention was drawn even to a major constitutional deficiency, and I'm happy to bring to your attention. At the time, judicial service workers, even up till now, unlike Parliament, you have your CI 118. This country have not treated the judicial organ of state with that. They don't have that. I think Article 1582 of the Constitution should deal with that particular matter. They are entitled to it. It was then I got the advice then from the Chief Justice that, look, let's engage the Minister of Finance, let him allow you 30–40% to use the IGF so that sometimes when these fires erupt, you can deal with it at your own level. So I want to believe that I do not anticipate. I know that SITAC is unhappy. I know many teachers' union are waiting for President Mahama to assume office and they will say our outstanding allowances. We will deal with it, what is available in the national kitty. We will do our best to keep the industrial peace of the country and keep the peace within the education sector and many other sectors of the economy for the good of our country. Thank you.
Honorable Haruna, you are going to a ministry and the challenges are many. You are already aware of them, and I think a lot has been talked about. And these are no questions I expect you to answer. The challenges with the arrears of school feeding program, the challenges with gender, well, they will have to collaborate with the Ministry of Education. Okay, well, let the nominee answer. The challenges with taking out schools on the tree, and so many others that I'm very, very sure that you are competent to address. So I wish you all the best, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We proceed to take a comment from Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. It will be most unfortunate if I don't add my voice to the many blessings that are going the way of my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. So I just didn't want to keep quiet, but to bless him. I know your competencies, and I know when people were questioning why education, I knew what you could do. So I bless you. Name of
Thank you, Chair. I hope I have the permission to call a map. Thank you, thank you.
It's now the turn of Minority Leader and the ranking member of the Congress.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, this room is filled to its full capacity. It tells all of us how popular you are with ordinary people. I can see behind you a lot of people. Now, I want us to do a little exercise. On your CV, you have on page 1 of 3, you have for residential address, 2 Shippy Close, Fedeos, Cantonment, Accra. If you'll be pleased, the cantonment is where you live, correct?
Yes. I live, when you are entering the house, you see the Fiddles written by the wall.
Very well, nominee, I understand. I know cantonment very well. You live at cantonment?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I used to be in Bubuashi.
Honorable nominee, you provide the specific answers to the very questions I ask. You know, you be my respected senior. Members want us to finish you quickly.
Yes.
And if you open yourself up, then maybe there will be more follow-ups. So you live at cantonment?
Yes.
That's all. He's answered that.
Yes.
Very well. Now, this residential facility, this property, is it a rented property or it is your house?
It is my house.
You are very honest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu. The reason why we, the young ones, respect you is such courage to face the truth that will take you higher, as prophesied by Roxanne. So it is no offense for a politician to own a property at cantonment, correct?
Not at all, depending upon your...
Order. Chairman, with respect. You've had calls to caution the friends of this committee from the majority side. Please, let us observe some decorum, respectfully. Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, it is saying, in crying for now, what is
Meti cantonment, baby.
Because I tried the tree with you because on your CV.
You should translate.
Oh, colleague. On his CV.
We don't understand.
We are not done. Chairman, this is your friend.
Language use. See, is it allowed?
Afenyo cannot even speak Ebe. He can also speak Ebe.
Please go ahead and address the chair.
Chairman, thank you.
You can't even speak Ebe.
Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, the Pacho, why an MP if you're saying?
About to say 20 years in
Very well. You passed. Because the honorable nominee, you say on your CV that you speak English, Dakwani, Hausa, and Twi.
That's true.
I am thus far impressed with your Twi. I'm sure that there is a southern inspiration. Oh, very well.
Sometimes when I'm coming out, I don't know about church, me say,
So, Chair, you have disclosed that Madam has inspired you with a dream. That's great. So, Chair, I want to know from the nominee whether or not he benefited from free education.
I did, coming from northern Ghana at the time. I attended Kulkul School through Bagabaga JSS, through Tamale Secondary School and Navasco, and education was generally free for that part of our country. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, you had your O-level in Tamale Secondary School, but went to Navrungo for your A-level. Can you tell me what inspired you to move from the Great Tamasco, right?
Oh, Ghana
to the, from the Great Tamasco to the Great Nabasco.
Great Ghana School.
When we wrote the GC O-level exams, I think that I didn't do well in mathematics for that particular sitting. And Tamasco at that time was insisting on a particular grade. And Nabasco was open. If you had evidence that you were about rewriting, you could come and justify. So I went to Nabrungu Secondary School for the A-level. And I'm proud to say that 1991, I probably was one of the best A-level students Nabasco produced. I still hold one of the best grades ever in business management from Nabasco. That record has not been broken. And so yes, this was what motivated. But traveling to Nabrungu Chair was a difficult one. 7 hours from Tamale to Nabrungu. And then you are carrying your gari in a chalk box. You are not sure of the metro mass. It was, we have survived and we have come a long way. Thank you, Chair.
So, Honorable Nominee, I can understand why you had to go through a law program with those inspirations you've studied, philosophy, sociology, and all, and then from there you had to do law. Now, I note from page 3 of 3 on your CV, respectfully, your membership of the Ghana Bar, 2002 to date. As you may be well aware, as a lawyer, your membership to the bar, or with the bar, at the bar, originate from your being a member of a law firm or a department of an agency so recognized, by the state. Now let me explain, because my respected colleague is trying to draw my attention, though not on record. When you are called to the bar, you are a lawyer. You've been called to the bar after pupillage, yes. But your annual subscription, you cannot, unless something has changed that I don't know, you are able to pay for your subscription if you can relate to a law firm or a department, a legal department of an institution. So please, that is not indicated. Which law firm do you?
Chairman, thank you very much. At that time I finished University of Ghana, even though a student activist, I had a strong bond with Speaker Alban Bakben, and therefore he recommended me for Law Trust. I've since been, one of our partners is here, James Mensah Kule, who is my law school mate, and minority leader, the chairman of this committee. I graduated from law school with him the same day, Bernard Ahiamo, with Honorable Amwakwata and Professor Abuchi and Ben Say of Nanado Chambers and others. So I am tied to law. I'm a lawyer in good standing. I've paid all my subscription. Indeed, subject to Parliament clearing me, I do 2 additional things. I'm into football and I'm into law. I appeared before the 8th Parliament to get education to hold office.
Honorable Nominee, enough. Honorable Nominee, the almighty free SHS that you're looking forward to reform, review, is in order. I mean, obviously, coming from where we started, from where people even thought it is not possible. I am happy that as a nation, we appreciate the fact that we've done so well in educational reforms. I commend the respected Dr. Yahweh Duchum for the effort. I commend Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, who is not with us in this parliament, for his effort. And above all, the Akufo-Addo government. I feel assured that you intend to review and look at the areas that were not too successful so that you make it better. That said, may I tease your mind on this? There is this talk that even in mighty America, free education does not include boarding. In advanced democracies where emphasis is on free education, boarding is not part. And at Ghana, we have punched above our weight by introducing free boarding. Your honest view, do you think that we continue to have free boarding?
Even expanded. Kandiga is not America. Wilgo is not America. I'm sure one of the communities in the Winneba area is not America. They have access. The transport systems are networked and effective. It is not so for Ghana. For many children, I'm sure members of parliament even have to buy bicycles to support them to be able to commit to school daily. It means that for some to access this good quality education, they need to do more. So increased boarding facilities for deprived rural areas is important. Review, as announced by President Mahama, is not cancellation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I should proceed to have a discussion with him on the tertiary education we have in Ghana. His party in opposition promised free university tuition for year one. And in all fairness to your government, you were very specific that you pay for year one. First semester of the academic calendar for the universities have since commenced. May I know from you whether you intend to implement this policy in your first budget to take care of semester one?
On the authority of President Mahama, I'm sure his Minister of Finance, if this House approved Honorable Tuforson, will present the reset budget of the government. It will include some provision of some 345 million cedis to cater for admission fees for students undertaking courses in the normal subject areas, not professional areas like medicine. And for President Mahama, this is a model to experiment. You will look at it. How do we fare as a country? If it is possible for expansion, then he will expand it. And he's not asked that if you are able, you should not. We know that some students have already paid their admission fees. It will be refunded to them. Honorable Leader.
Honorable Chair, we are in public discourse. If the nominee will be pleased, may he bring clarity to this matter. In your manifesto launch, which took place in Efutu, Winneba, Efutu. By the way, Winneba is the capital of Efutu. And you entered Winneba with all glory and assurances to the nation. You did not say admission fee. The statement was free universities. I'm quoting President Mahama's words. Free first year tuition fees. First year, we have semester 1 and semester 2. It is the NDC manifesto did not promise admission fee for first year. It did not promise admission. So I just, with the greatest respect, at the risk of sounding immodest, pray you to bring clarity to what exactly you intend doing for the first year university students.
Thank you very much, Leader. Fortunately, I was a member of the manifesto committee, so I still recall even when we had to discuss this subject, we asked Professor Odro and a team to go out and work out the numbers for us to discuss with the president before we went public. Leader, for your purposes, tuition is free in all public universities in Ghana. Therefore, we're referring to admission fees. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the jury is out there, so some of the issues we are unable to resolve, we'll leave it for the jury to determine. There's no problem. We have to move on. Now, let me also, for the benefit of clarity, if you say all universities, does that also mean all tertiary institutions?
Leader, if you note, that's why, for instance, expanding free high school, the president said public, because the double track system has to be addressed. So we have to look into private senior high school. What capacity do they have? Maybe 150,000, and you have a number of 300,000 young people who ought to be in school. Today, as we speak, year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home. Or year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, I'm not cutting. I think the mainstay of my question was in respect of the tertiary. You know, we have nursing colleges. We have colleges for animal husbandry or veterinary. You know, we
use the word universities for that purpose.
So yes, so that is why other friends of committee, there is an important discussion. Now, so do I take it from the clarity you provided that College of Nursing, colleges of education, colleges of agriculture, and other colleges of in stature are not part of this first year free tuition policy of the NDC government?
I'm not able to use tertiary and universal interchangeable here for this purpose. I had admission fee for first year university students. Thank you.
Chair, again, on this very subject matter, I appreciate the sincerity of the nominee, and again, the jury is out there to make their determination on this important matter. However, Honorable nominee, to the expectation of the Ghanaian youth in respect of this free first year tuition, they would find the policy discriminatory if you are only giving this benefit to university students. You have earlier referred to some constitutional provisions, Article 25 and 38 and all. Don't you think that the Ghanaian youth out there who is attending a college of education, who is attending a college of agriculture, who is attending a college of nursing, will feel discriminated against since he or she is also having a tertiary education?
For President Mahama, if it was possible to grant free education to every Ghanaian, he just would have done that. It depends upon the size of the economy and what our economy vis-a-vis demands from other sectors of the economy can do. Thank you.
Babaru.
Tutubra.
Very well. So
you have to tell members that you are the only person who knows my two known name in the university.
On the TVET, You know, the enrollment levels were very low until it was also made free. Can you share with us your plans in ensuring that you sustain, one, and two, to encourage as many talented Ghanaians to walk that path in acquiring skills, rather than insisting on going into the mainstream senior high school?
Thank you very much. The relationship between industry, employability, hinges on the quality and training of young people with employable skills, which are largely technical, vocational. I'm aware that the Honorable Iddrisu and his colleagues tried a number of TVET institutions. In my review of the handing over notes, the infrastructure, he just started when government had to go through the debt crisis, and therefore there was no funding to complete many of them. Be assured that we'll complete all of them to support President Mohammed's agenda to get more young people employable by way of those skills. Now, the problem with many of the TVET institutions was retooling and equipment. It's not just about building the infrastructure. If you said carpenters, have you provided for their training? If you said masons, have you provided for their training? So we'll look into it and ensure that at least every region has a model of the TVET institution that is dedicated to them, because we also must deal with a problem that you don't get 300,000, 400,000 SSS students who don't know their fate beyond completion of senior high school. Then you'll be producing a cohort of unemployment graduates for that category of young people. So we would invest in TVET. Technical and vocational education is important, and requisite financing will be provided for them. But as I said, I look forward to decapping GET Fund and dedicating many of it to get robust infrastructure done.
Approved. Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I would want to draw his attention to His Excellency the President. On his campaign, I believe he identified some challenges in the school feeding program. And at one point, he did indicate that instead of government having to procure for the schools, he will rather come up with a policy to let the head teachers themselves procure the items, the food items directly. In other words, he will transfer the funds to the schools so that the schools themselves would procure the food items for the students. May I know from you, Honorable Nominee, if indeed, beyond the campaign rhetoric, this is also part of the policies that you are going to introduce as a way of ensuring, in your own way, efficiency in the free SHS system in terms of the aspect that deals with school feeding.
First of all, to note that in our manifesto, the words that were used was to implement no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and colleges, for the record, leader. So this is
I know why I was pushing you. I'm happy, you know.
I appreciate it.
I know why I was pushing you, because your manifesto is here. So I wanted to be sure. And so I'm happy you've gone back to clarify, to give assurance.
Thank you.
Yes, I must. If opposition leader cannot have access to your manifesto, then what is my use? I must have it.
Thank you, leader. And Chair, school feeding.
School feeding in this context is referring to the senior high school, not the basic school feeding.
Yes, school feeding for senior high school was largely done in a centralized form by the previous government, taking advantage of two institutions, the Buffer Stock Company and the Ghana Commodity Exchange. And it allowed for central pitches in some quantities of these food items. Headmasters already played some role when it came to perishable items. We have to phase out implementation because we cannot afford any food shortages as the schools run. 3rd January, we have to provide for stability of their calendar and make sure that there's adequate food and the quality of the food. But certainly the GES and headmasters will have a role. It's more, Chair, a cash flow problem and how early the Ministry of Finance releases those funds. If we are not careful, there will come a time that you would have done purchases and major suppliers will say that they won't do it because they've not been guaranteed or assured. So we have to deal with the cash flow problem, which is a matter which can be resolved between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. But for us, is to assure that we stop any potential disruption of the school calendar arising out of the lack of or delay in getting these food items to the school. We will work with those institutions, but define a role for the headmasters in a phased-out process. Thank you.
Senior, please. Employment. My constituency produces the highest number of diploma and B.Ed graduates. Bachelor in Education. As you may know, UEW was established as a specialized tertiary facility to train teachers and feed that market. On a daily basis, they come to me. This morning, I received a message. Which message is to ask you what plans you have to get as many of them who have graduated and are still unemployed into getting the employment with GS.
GS, it will be a function of availability of funds and a matter of vacancies arising, the location of those vacancies, who is willing to go, and then the Minister of Finance granting clearance to the Minister for Education to recruit such number of teachers as may be desirable for the running of our educational system. As and when we get the clearance, we'll honor those numbers. Thank you.
Senior, again, may I know from you about this licensure examination policy of the MPP? Are you going to maintain it? Chairman, the friends of this committee, from the majority side, must know how we operate. They should stop it. Will you maintain it or you will abolish it?
We will have a systematic review of it to abolish it. We are going to review the curricula of the colleges of education and the incorporate it as part of the exam that students will write, and when they pass it, they are on. Thank you.
Now, let's come to this very nagging national issue, the LGBT issue. Now, His Excellency President Mahama, recently in his engagement with the religious bodies, specifically the Catholic bishops, indicated that the law that stops, prevents, alienates, and prevents this issue of sexual rights, same-sex relationship does not necessarily need to be enacted, and that perhaps the country can explore the possibility of introducing our value system into the curriculum so that the children can, at that elementary stage, have certain understanding of the Ghanaian value system. May I ask you, Honorable Leader, your own views about the option to introduce a value system to systematically give a certain direction to our children instead of enacting a law?
Leader and Chair, I do not want to reduce this matter to wrong. With my religion as a Muslim, you know where I stand on this matter. It is repugnant to my Muslim values and ethics. I do not want to believe that many a Ghanaian parent would want their children trained in a way which is not consistent with the way me and you were brought up as Ghanaians, either from Efutu or from Wayamba in Tamale. And therefore, I would want to end it here, stating that we are a country and we define our values, both social and cultural. We should expect all other persons to respect those values. Thank you.
Chairman, I think I would put the question this way. You see, and I agree with Mr. President when he states that the curriculum, our teaching materials in our schools do not sufficiently inculcate our value systems in our children. I agree with him based on what the current status of our curriculum. I want to know from you that said, would you embrace any policy from His Excellency the President, which policy will proactively seek to opt for a value system based approach to sexual rights rather than the law?
Thank you very much. I would engage the President on the matter. The President does know my position on this subject, and it remains unchanged. But I do not think that any Ghanaian parent wants teachers to take their child to school and teach them that a man can relate to a man and a woman can relate to a man, but within the context of rights guaranteed. We are a country. We have our own values. We have a duty to preserve those values within the ambit of the Constitution. And Leader Kwamna, it is not for nothing that in the Constitution you always get words like subject to public morality. Whose morality? Ghana's defined morality. Thank you.
So therefore, is it your suggestion to the country that you will embrace a very proactive value system rather than going... Let me finish. Yes, that's the point. The reference point is a Ghanaian value system, none other. So my point is that would you assure the Ghanaian public that you, on the basis of Mr. President's vision on this matter, on Mr. President's position on this matter, will opt for a Ghanaian value system to be introduced right from the KG, primary, all the way up, rather than a strict law in this matter?
Thank you very much. It's noted. Growing up, even with you, if you went to school, you know where young ladies could go, and you know where boys could go. That is Ghanaian value system. We'll preserve that. Thank you.
Very well. You being a senior at the bar, you're able to run away from very serious cross-examination, and you couldn't have done less. That's okay. We'll let the jury determine this matter. We'll go for a broader debate on this matter. Senior, your colleagues in Parliament have this to say about you, quote, "You are visionary, strategic, collaborative, a team player, and that you have a foresight, and you also demonstrate pragmatic approach in solving problems." Your colleagues know you as such. What is there for you to share with the Ghanaian youth who wants to know who Haruna Iddrisu is?
To the Ghanaian youth, I come from a very, very humble beginning. I just buried my late mother, my uncle, who told me that I should hasten cautiously and that I should not be in competition with any person. I should have faith in myself. I should be strong to defend my convictions as to things that I think that are right, and that I should always believe that if I do right, posterity will vindicate me with time. So for young people, it's important that we all grow with integrity and discipline, and we shouldn't be too competitive. Today is Honorable Afenyo Makin, majority leader yesterday, minority leader today. Thank you.
Colleagues, Mr. Chairman, I'm compelled to make a disclosure, and it's because Honorable Iddrisu is serving as an inspiration to the many youth out there. It's not only they, including me. I recall when our party won in 2016, and in 2017, I didn't get selection. It was one person who told me that come what may, I will be a leader, and I have become a leader. So, leader, I didn't know what you saw, but I just want to say that we appreciate you. Now, let me ask you, what is your, leader, don't look at your time. This exercise is good for democracy, and I know as a lawyer you enjoy debate. This is a very healthy engagement. Chair, what is your relationship, your working relationship with Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, who is a respected member of the academia and found his way into Parliament?
Solid. In fact, leader, the Honorable Clement Apak, I shared a true stance with him. We're in Commonwealth Hall together. I should remember that.
Honorable Apak, you are supposed to be calm when there's an advert in your favor. You are not supposed to. You're not supposed to be touting your own whatever. If you can do your own work, do it.
We're in Commonwealth Hall together. And I still remember those days with him and Chief Magas when they wanted me to be the chief vandal. It is when I told Commonwealth Hall that I was keeping my eye on the SRC or Nook's presidency, depending upon what support.
You know the essential qualification to becoming a chief vandal. So you had all those essential qualifications.
Thanks to him.
Very well. Thus assured, I entertain no doubt that should Mr. President ask you certain relevant questions, he will receive a tank.
Leader, you are making a determination for the president.
Report.
Thank you.
No, get my question right. This is hypothetical. It's very hypothetical. I'm not part of your government. I'm a humble opposition leader. I'm asking you that should you be given the opportunity, should he be assured of receiving a tongue of good report from you?
Leader, the assurance of the president is weightier and better than mine in this matter.
Let me conclude by asking you this. We are politicians, and this is my last question to you. And again, I want the Ghanaian youth to listen to this and how you answer it. We go through low moments in our politics, days of adversity. You were a student leader, rose to become a cabinet minister. When your party was in opposition, you were privileged to have been selected as a primus of your inter-pares. And you became the primus of your side for some 6 years. Share with us, how did you find your transition?
Transition from where to where?
That is when you had to give space for a younger person, to take over from you.
I took it very easy. When I was told that there would be a reshuffle of the minority, I believe I got a call whilst I was entering Joy FM for a major interview from President Mahama, and he indicated to me that, Harun, I'll call you shortly to discuss a very important matter. If you remember, I think it was PM Express. And for me, if you look at President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation's address, the last one, I should be the most encouraged. At least he admitted that he suffered an effective opposition in the hands of Haruna Iddrisu and the likes of our MPs, even if he didn't say so tacitly. He said the nature and character of the parliament, the speakership, and his inability to get things through. I believe that in the last 7 years, I served my country well as minority leader, contributing to, you know how I got it under your slaves, getting Bagbin elected as speaker. And for many in the NDC, those of you who were at Marriott Hotel, the Honorable Yusuf and Soyene and nobody is here, I told them that a tortoise will ride an elephant at dawn. You remember that? Didn't a tortoise ride an elephant? We worked towards it and we achieved it. And I had Honorable Muntaka. We had a certain gelling chemistry of a relationship. So as minority leader, getting Bagbin elected was significant for me to change the course of parliamentary accountability in our country. Research have demonstrated that the 8th Parliament will be remembered for its effectiveness in demanding accountability. There are many policy issues that I'll walk to you and Che Mensa, and I'm sure I can use the word today. There was a day they said, Mwatono, he's been bought. So I walked to you and said, Che, Namiyakubi na Otomo. I told the Honorable Che Mensa that no, some decisions I'm guided by the good of our country and the future of our country. And that I take those decisions taking responsibility. Indeed, I told the Honorable Suhine that when President Mahama begin constituting government, I'll be appreciated as former minority leader. Even the engineering you are doing here, people appreciate a Haruna Iddrisu. There were some decisions that you are guided collectively by the party, and then we take a decision. But as I said, I have never, ever regretted being changed as minority leader. I don't carry guilt in my heart. I've had my opportunity. I went out there to campaign and work for the NDC because I was convinced that in terms of the management of the economy, I wasn't satisfied with how the MPP had managed the country and its governance. So I don't carry guilt in my heart. I had a rare opportunity to serve, probably the first in my part of the world, if not the first in my country. And those who know me, there is a Quranic verse that I share with Muhammad Aman Rasul. God does not give you a burden you cannot carry. So I'm sure at that time, God wanted a certain burden off my head. Which burden was that don't be minority leader, be MP for Tamale South. I keep telling my colleagues that my greatest asset is the preservation of Tamale South. And therefore, I thank the chiefs behind me and the people of Tamale South for giving me religious trust to keep the seat. So you can think minority leader was just an opportunity to serve. Those 7 years, my footprints are there and they remain there.
Chairman, that would end my questions.
Thank you.
I shall conclude with some few remarks. That would not be outside of this domain. Honorable nominee, thank you for inspiring so many people in the political class. Your story is telling. I would urge upon you to get your memoir done as quickly as possible. I know you have some more details you've shared with me. Please let it be known so that the young ones will know that it's not easy to walk this road. But I think that as education minister, if you get a nod, the key person to work with will be your finance minister. And I know the good relationship you have with Ato. If he's proving stubborn, call upon me. I will do him A2 for you, and then he will do the needful. But let me thank you one more time. The committee is here to take a decision on you, by the way.
Approve. We have approved it. Approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ranking member. May I have the pleasure to announce the presence of a list of visitors here to give moral support to the Minister Designate for Education. Mary Safua Yeboah, a spouse of the Minister Designate.
Mama.
Papa Mama Dubawa. Nantomna Ibrahim Mohammed Nyangpal Na. Please, I am going by the list that I have. So what is here is not Nyangpala, but it's Nyangpal Na.
That's correct. That's correct. You are correct. This is a wilder man who is trying to teach you the Bible. That's why you are suffering. 4.
We have Ibrahim Ziblin, Lamashi Lana. We have Andani Mohammed, Tugu Lana. We have Bukari Yakubu, Kasul Lana. We have Mahama Al-Hassan, Bamvum Bam Lana. We have Dr. Jacob Yakubu Mahama, Zimbalun Na. We have Husseini Nyabawa, Tamale Dakpama, Dakpema. We have Iddrisu Mohammed, Sakap Na. We have Sintaro Mahama, Sakoya Na. We have Dr. Iddrisu Sulemana, Principal, Tamale College of Education, brother of the nominee. Alhassan Abdul Rahman, Chief Executive, Rahman Group. Dr. Atik, Chief Executive, TTH. Mohammed Abdul Salam, Regional Secretary, NDC, Northern Region, and Chief Executive of NLA. We have Dr. Iddrisu Muntawakil, neurologist. We have Alhaji Suleimana Abdul Rauf, constituency chairman, NDC, Tamale South. We have Dauda Mohammed Jawara, Belegu Lana. We have Abdullah Rami Nyashi Na. Then we have list of officers from the Ministry of Education. Mrs. Mamle Andrews, Chief Director. Mavis Asari Donko, Director GA. Inusa Shazu, Director PBME. Benis Mpele Jechi, President, Ghana National Education Coalition. Dr. Aisha Akrofi, President, Ghana National Association of Private Schools. You are most welcome. Honourable members, let me state the fact that the Minister Designate is my classmate. We were 2002 law school batch. So we are about 23 years standing at the bar. I intend not to ask him any question, but to congratulate him on his nomination as the Minister Designate for Education. I strongly believe, if given the nod, he will discharge his responsibilities diligently and reliably. On that note, Honorable Minister Nominate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you for attending. You are discharged. Our next nominee is Honorable Eriko Puku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture.
You know, one bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. You know, one bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Through every step of life's unpredictable journey, every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured. Having impacted over 200,000 lives, processed over 4.2 million claims, partnered with over 400 corporations, paid out over 836 million Ghana cedis in claims, contracted over 1,600 healthcare facilities nationwide, and pioneered several innovations like free medicine delivery, an interactive mobile app, and more. You'll be surprised what can be accomplished in 20 years. We're part of the Nationwide family. Are you? Nationwide Medical Insurance. 20 years of leading the way.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV. GoTV. Love it.
The winner!
Looking for a seamless shopping experience? Welcome to Franco, where everything you need is just a click away. Shop the hottest deals and unlock amazing discounts on our products such as mobile phones, refrigerators, washing machines, Franco air conditioners from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower, Franco television from 32 inches to 100 inches, CCTV cameras, laptops, and many more. Download our easy-to-use mobile app. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Call the numbers on the screen for any assistance and enquiries. Franco, home of quality mobile phones, accessories, and your home appliances.
Through every step of life's unpredictable journey, every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured. Having impacted over 200,000 lives, processed over 4.2 million claims, partnered with over 400 corporations, paid out over 836 million Ghana cedis in claims, contracted over 1,600 healthcare facilities nationwide, and pioneered several innovations like
I do hereby administer the oath. Yes, please. Your mic. I,
Eric Opoku,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So
help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. In line with Standing Order 2172, we have in our midst Honorable Brian Achampong, Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku, Honorable Brian Achampong. I'm going by the list before me. Doctor has not been added. What I have is Honorable Brian Achampong. So if you want me to add Doctor, Honorable Dr. Brian Achampong. They are the subject matter committee leadership. We have Honorable Dr. Jasao Goffred and Honorable Kwame Gakpe as the leadership from the majority side. Agreed. Very well.
Chair, sometimes, though not intended, how we approach it for the optics may give a different impression. I believe that our respected colleague is here with us and is being in Parliament, and we see his name and title in the vote and proceedings. So I would want to suggest strongly that in future, I'm not. Yes, I know, but yes, but maybe the approach. Yes, I'm saying that though it was not written in a way that reflects his title, but maybe next time you would have to indulge.
Well, let's make progress. I have a list where number 3 is addressed as doctor.
Oh,
number 6 is addressed as doctor. So I cannot afford to add. So let's proceed with that. Let us not do this preliminary arguments.
Chairman, I will not argue with you, but sometimes, Chairman, sometimes it's not all the time that you must be asserting yourself to prove that you are the chair. It is, you are the chair. Nobody takes it away from you, but it's temporal.
Honourable members, I proceed to take a question from Honourable Dr. Brian Achampong.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairman. Nominee, let me congratulate you for the nomination. Indeed, Honourable Chairman, the Constitution is clear on Article 78. Ministers of State shall be appointed by the President with the prior approval of Parliament from among members of Parliament or persons qualified to be elected as members of Parliament, except that the majority of the ministers. The nominee is a 5th-term member of Parliament and therefore qualifies. As the chairman, he's also been the ranking member for Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs, and so he's very much knowledgeable.
No. Chairman, point of order. No, it's not my, the nominee has just arrived. The way incoming ranking, is overpraising him.
I just read the Constitution.
No, yes, now, yeah.
The preamble before my question. What?
He's talking law.
Honorable ranking. Let's make progress. Yeah. You have the floor.
Thank you. And policies. The nominee, by virtue of being a fifth-term member of Parliament, by the Constitution, qualifies for the position that he's been nominated for. But honorable nominee, notwithstanding your knowledge of agriculture, the NDC manifesto, the preamble of it says, and I quote, the agriculture is confronted with low production, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit. Now, notwithstanding the challenges enumerated in the manifesto, you are going to lead, if you are approved by Parliament, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. As a leader, how do you intend to deal with the challenges so enumerated in the NDC manifesto? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. And let me say good evening to my colleagues on the committee. Indeed, life is in a flux, and the dynamism of nature dictates that while some are going, some are coming. And where some are meeting, others are also parting. I recall not long ago, I was on this committee when the incoming ranking member who just posed a question to me sat where I'm sitting today. And I posed to him some innocuous questions, which he answered excellently. Today, it is my turn, and I want to assure him that I will deal with all the questions he intends to ask. On the issue of how to deal with the problems we have identified in our manifesto, if you had read further, the manifesto provides all the mechanisms we intend to put in place to address the challenges. We want to roll out a program called Feed Ghana. Under the Feed Ghana program, we want to drive this nation towards food sufficiency. And then we have also provided for another program called Feed the Industry. Under the Feed the Industry program, we want to establish a strong relationship between agriculture and industry, a symbiotic relationship in nature, so that as agriculture provides the raw materials, industry will be adding value. And in so doing, we generate a lot of jobs, increase productivity. I think one issue that I have to address has to do with lack of credit that you mentioned. Honorable colleague, you are aware, Mr. Chairman, you are aware that in 1965, the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, established what we now call the Agricultural Development Bank to provide credit facilities for the development and modernization of agriculture. Unfortunately, over the years, because our agriculture is rain-fed, the banks are unwilling to discharge this special mandate. And that is why our farmers are suffering from lack of credit. The NDC intends to roll out a program called Ghana Agriculture Insurance Scheme, GAIS. Under this program, we want to subsidize agricultural insurance so that farmers can have insurance on their farms. Once you have the insurance, the banks are ready to advance loans to you, knowing very well that whatever amount they give you, so long as it falls within the limit of the insurance, it can be paid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. Honorable nominee, maybe the way I asked a question provided for very general answers. Because everything that I've seen in the NDC manifesto was in the Rawlings manifesto, was in the Kufuor manifesto. I'm talking about agriculture, feeding industry, access to credit, insurance, and all those things. From the Rawlings era, it was in their manifesto, President Kufuor's manifesto, Mills Mahama manifesto, a Akufo-Addo manifesto. I see it in the Mahama manifesto. So it becomes a theory, and the problems persist every 4 years. But I was looking for more of how you intend, notwithstanding the manifesto, to deal with maybe one or two of it, to provide assurance, the Ghanaian people, that you are going to give a different type of leadership to address the situation. But I understand. It's a broad sector. Maybe I should have asked you the insurance or the production to industry. How do you intend to operationalize it? Maybe we would have gotten some more clarity on the matter. Yes, that is so my follow-up question to you is, Honorable nominee, on the issue of food losses, in your lens, how do you intend to deal with it, in your lens?
Mr. Chairman, it is indeed a serious problem confronting agriculture in this country. And we will want to introduce something new to reduce food losses in this country. We've been talking about agribusiness. What we are saying is that we are going to encourage the private sector to put in place mini plants close to the farms, so that as soon as we harvest, they will buy the produce, process them. If it is cassava, for instance, you grind the cassava, put it in the rubber, you seal it, and then they sell to the big companies. If we are able to put these mini processing plants around the country, we will reduce food losses significantly in our country.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign...
Well, I take the first one, then it was followed by a comment, and this is your second question. Yes. Then you are moving. If you don't have a follow-up question on this, then you are moving to your third question.
I'm guided. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, the honorable nominee mentioned that we are cheated cocoa farmers on the price of cocoa. The honorable, and that the price that we are offering, 3,100, was very low, that they will do better. He did not give us a price. Now, the finance minister nominee on the platform mentioned that we should be paying cocoa farmers 6,000 Ghana cedis, yet we're paid 3,100 Ghana cedis, and that we are insensitive to the plight of cocoa farmers. Mr. Chairman, after the elections, I was tempted and guided by those comments to increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 cedis, as recommended by Honorable Atuforsen and my senior on the platform. But I felt that it wasn't right to do so. I want to ask the nominee, when confirmed this month, can he assure cocoa farmers that by February or by Valentine's Day, he will increase the price of cocoa to 6,000 Ghana cedis, so that cocoa farmers who are producing the chocolate for Valentine's Day can get a benefit of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is a fact that I, Eric Opoku, made that constructive proposal to government of Nana Akufo-Addo, government of Ghana under the leadership of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, to consider giving Ghanaian cocoa farmers a minimum of 6,000 Ghana cedis for the 2024-2025 cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in determining the producer price of cocoa, you look at the FOB price or the world market price. Then you look at the exchange rate. For purposes of clarity, I want to walk you through how we determine producer price of cocoa in 2016, and then do the comparison, then conclude on the matter for everybody to understand.
Chairman, Chairman...
Honorable Leader.
Yes, with your leave.
Honorable Leader, with all due respect, let's allow the nominee to finish answering the question, and then the questioner will have the opportunity to ask a follow-up. If there is a follow-up, then I can come to your follow-up question. That's the ground rules that we have set. So, nominee, have you finished your answer? Very well. Finish your answer.
No. Chairman, with respect, if you would grant me leave, Chairman, we have granted some dispensation. Please bear with me. He's a colleague I respect so much, and he knows what Honorable nominee, respectfully, in your very emphatic answer, did I get you right in your answer to the effect that you made a proposal? You made a proposal.
Yes, please.
That's it. That's
very well. Proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I made a proposal because I did not have the power at the time to do so myself. And the only thing I could do was to put a proposal forward for government to consider. Now, back to the answer. In 2016, the FOB price was $2,950 per ton. The exchange rate was $1 to 3.90 cedis. And so when you multiply 3.90 to the 2,950, the cedi equivalent of the per ton value was 11,505 Ghana cedis. When you divide this by 16, you get the per bag value of 719 Ghana cedis. And so in 2016, every bag of cocoa sold from Ghana in the world market attracted 719 Ghana cedis. Out of this, the Mahama administration gave the Ghanaian cocoa farmer 475 Ghana cedis. 475 Ghana cedis, which constituted 66.06% and kept 244 Ghana cedis, which was just around 34%. Mr. Chairman, the 244 Ghana cedis the government kept, part of it was used to procure fertilizer free of charge to the cocoa farmers. Part of it was used to procure chemicals for the cocoa farmers.
Order. Please, let's listen to the nominee in silence. Order. Let's listen to the nominee in silence. Please proceed with your answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm taking a cue from the sentiments of the appointment committee, and so I will be laconic and lucid, but the point must be stated. Now, what is the point? In 2016, the farmer was giving 66%. And so, every one of us knows that the principle of Cocoa Board has been that the cocoa farmer must be given 70% of the price. Now, in 2024-2025, every one of us, it's a common knowledge that the world market price is spiking up on the back of global cocoa shortage. And so when you go to the world market, at the time they announce the price, the average price was $10,711. And the exchange rate at the time was $1 to 15.5. But I was charitable to even use 15. $1 to 15 cedis. So when you multiply, per every ton of cocoa, Ghana was earning the cedi equivalent of 160,665. You divide this by 16 to arrive at the per bag value of 10,042 Ghana cedis. Out of this, I said, if we are getting 10,042, how much of this can the government of Ghana give to the Ghanaian cocoa farmer? I calculated 70% of it, and it was above 7,000. But being mindful of the fact that this government has plunged the cocoa sector into the abyss of debt, I was charitable to use 60%. The 60% was the 6,000 that we put out as a proposal for consideration. But government decided to give the Ghanaian cocoa farmers 3,000 initially. That 3,000 constituted 30%.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Yes. Honorable, I belong to a football club in Legon, and we say one thing when we meet each other. Yeah. My question is simple. Will you, based on the promises you made and the challenge you threw at the NPP government, and now that you are admitting that you were actually looking at the world market price, when you know that in 2024, the world market price will be used for prices in 2025, but you are in 2024 using the spot market price to calculate that. I take it, but I'm asking you, now that the cocoa price has moved from 10,000 to 11,000, it means that when you take office in the first week, you will be able to increase the cocoa price from your committed 6,000 now to about 7,000, which will represent 70% of the world market price. That is a simple question. The world market price of cocoa has moved from the 10,700 to 11,000. So all you are assuring cocoa farmers is that when you take over, it will not actually be 6,000, but it will be more than 6,000 that you will announce to cocoa farmers.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that my colleague will listen to the Honorable Minority Leader. I've been praying for God to help me resist the temptation to do something that the leader doesn't want me to do.
Mr. Chairman, I have had an extensive discussion with Honorable Samson Ahi. Honorable Samson Ahi, I've had some good discussion that there are matters of governance, matters of systems and policies, not NDC, not MPP. And there are matters for the Ghanaian public, and the market is likely to respond. So we decided to hold back our lunch to take you. The whole day we've not had lunch. We've not had a break to take any. So, Chairman, in Okunko, is it Okunko who said in Things Fall Apart? That, Okunko, yes, your smile must be brief. No, Okunko. Is that not?
Your smile must be brief. So your submissions must be brief. As well. Mr. Chairman, it is... no, he has asked a question. I must respond. I haven't answered the question. No, I haven't answered the question. Obienim sa wabi, Mr. Chaso. Chaso. Ah, yakasamati, Chaso.
So probably we may have to reduce the questions to Eric Opoku. Now, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, welcome and congratulations. I must say that in the last 4 years, I've worked with the Honorable Nominee as his deputy ranking, and it's been wonderful working with him. He's a great leader. I wish you well. Honorable Nominee, still on the cocoa subsector, there is this apprehension because the production of cocoa beans have reduced, and that in the last year, we made only 400, and indeed under 450,000 metric tons against an expected 850,000 metric tons, upon which we took the
Chairman, cocoa production for last year was not 430. It was 530, if you care.
Source?
Yes, Ghana Cocoa Board.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I flatly disagree with him, but for progress of this conversation, assuming that the 530,000 metric tons is anything to go by, it's not a statement of fact.
No, it's a notorious fact. Honorable Eric Opoku knows. Please. Don't let us say it was 400. Stop it. Like when we are dealing with verifiable facts, it's not 400.
Leader, let's make progress. And I'm saying, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Dr. Jasayo.
Yes.
Hold it. I believed if there are some errors in the question asked, as you indicated, that to quote you, Wabi. So he's capable of answering the question and doing the corrections alongside. So proceed with your question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You have nothing to worry about. Let's assume that the production for last year is 530,000 metric tons. Cocoa Board engages in forward sales of cocoa beans. At present, the reports from Cocoa Board inform us that there is a deficit of paying cocoa beans of about 350,000 metric tons to the buyers outside the country. As if you are confirmed as Minister responsible for agriculture, what steps do you think we can take to pay that debt before we start talking about cocoa beans for processing into chocolate for Valentine? Thank you.
Honorable Nominee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Regarding the figures, I will say that both of them are right. Before the transition, the Select Committee on Agriculture, Food and Cocoa Affairs met with Ghana Cocoa Board at Koforidua, and they indicated to the committee that their total production for the year, for last year, was 429,000 tons. And that is why I'm saying that Honorable Dr. Josiah, referring to that figure, was or is right. Now, when you come to my colleague Opoku, just recently, during the transition engagements, Cocoa Board submitted some documents to us. I was privileged to be part of the transition engagements. In that document, they indicated that their production was 530. And so in this case, both of you, you are right. But whatever be the case, be it 430 or 530, production has declined. And this is the lowest in the last 2 decades. Then on the issue of the default, yes, Ghana went to the syndicated market and then took a loan of $800 million to purchase 850,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the season, we were unable to produce the 850,000 tons. So we defaulted on the loan. And then they decided to roll over that delivery to this year. The quantity is 374,000 tons. This is the figure they gave us during the transition. And so, now that we have assumed office, we have to look at how we can deal with this debt and many other debts at the sector before we can make progress. And so, what we are trying to do is to first and foremost take the office, go through the books, ascertain for ourselves whether the information we are getting is actually what is on the ground. Because we are picking some information that suggests that even the figures we have are far, far, far below the real figures. So until we get the real figures, we are unable to make a determination as to how to contain them. And then as soon as the chief executive is appointed and the cocoa board is put in place, the Ghanaian people will be made to know exactly what we have inherited. So I'll crave your indulgence to exercise patience. When the chief executive comes and the board is in place, the question will be properly answered.
Any further question?
Mr. Chair, I trust in the capacity and capability of the nominee, and so I'll leave the rest of my questions for now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, let me also add my voice in congratulating my good friend and my namesake for his nomination. Chairman, the nominee is on record to have said that Cocoa Board management wasted 3.4 billion as administrative expenditure. And indeed, this has been captured in the NDC manifesto, that the NDC government will prioritize investment in cocoa production over wasteful administrative expenditure to improve the livelihood of cocoa farmers. Chairman, I have the audit report, and it has given the breakdown of the administrative expenditure. Chairman, with your kind permission, I would read, this is just a, We have auditors' remuneration, depreciation, amortization of intangible assets, directors' remuneration, staff costs, legal and professional expenses, rent and rates, bank charges, bond expenses, maintenance/utility costs, head office and division operations. Included in the administrative expenses is an amount of 942,982,000 Ghana cedis incurred on productivity enhancement program. Chairman, my question is, which of these expenditure do you consider as wasteful, and which one will you abandon when you are given the approval?
Thank you. Let's have some order and take the answer to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my argument was clear. I was speaking on the floor of the House, and I did indicate that I find it extremely difficult appreciating why, at a time when cocoa production is declining, office expenditure is ballooning. And I refer to the Auditor General's report that in 2021, Ghana produced 1,047,000 tons of cocoa, and office expenditure was 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. In the following year, cocoa production declined from 1,047,000 tons to 655,000 tons. But office expenditure, according to the Auditor General's report, increased to 2.6 billion. The following year, cocoa production declined to 530,000. Office expenditure again increased to 3.4 billion. So if you establish this inverse relationship between office expenditure and cocoa production, every rational being will question whether you are being fiscally prudent or there is some kind of fiscal laxity in the administration. And so I don't know how my colleague, who is knowledgeable in the sector, can defend this indefensible situation. But I thought that leader, minority that has
that question.
All right, I'll slow down. Chairman, I'll ask no, I'm not done. Chairman, the NPP administration established the Tree Crop Development Authority by Act of Parliament. In the NDC manifesto, you intend to initiate the Tree Crop Development Program, and you have listed 8 crops, some of which are not in the Tree Crop Development Authority. I want to find out from the honorable nominee whether you intend to scrap the Tree Crop Development Authority.
Mr. Chairman, there is a difference between the authority as an institution and programs. In our manifesto, we are talking about programs. But I must say that we are all aware that government is a continuum. It continues, it doesn't end. And so whatever programs, projects that are ongoing under the NPP government, the erstwhile NPP government, the incoming administration will make decisions and incisions, tailor it to fit into our agenda and execute it to perfection.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Chairman, my last question. In your manifesto, under the caption, Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA, you indicate that the NDC government will create farm banks within the agricultural zone to ease access to land and irrigation facilities. Nominee, considering the intricate nature of our land tenure system, how feasible do you see this arrangement? In other words, do you intend to nationalize these farm banks?
Mr. Chairman, that policy intends to address the very challenge that he mentioned. Normally, people encounter a lot of difficulties accessing land for agricultural purposes. We want to make agriculture attractive to the youth and everybody in this country. So we will want to acquire the land, prepare the land for agricultural purposes, then hand over the land to prospective investors so we can increase production and drive our nation towards food sufficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm not clear. The lands are in the hands of the chiefs.
Honorable member.
Follow up. Follow up.
Very well, but what you said is that you are not clear. So if you have a follow-up question, draw my attention to your follow-up question.
Chairman,
so please proceed to ask the follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, as you know, the lands are in the hands of individuals and farmers. And you know the complex nature of our land tenure system. So how are you going to acquire those lands? Because it is possible that, you will not get any contiguous, land to be considered as your farm, banks. So that is my concern. How are you going to be able to acquire continuous lands? You approach who?
Mr. Chairman.
The question is not directed to you.
Mr. Chairman, what we will do is first and foremost to identify the owners of the land. If the land belongs to the chiefs, we go to the chiefs. If it belongs to families and the family head is Honorable Brian Champon, we'll go to him, discuss with him, acquire the land, and then prepare it for the agricultural use. Simple. Who acquire the land? Land acquisition is done by government, by any other person. You want the method to acquire.
Now is the turn of Honorable Jijoli Gakwe.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, you are welcome. And then congratulations to you. I know my ranking is very competent, very diligent, and then I've worked with you for the 4 years. I have no doubt about your capability. At this juncture, I have no question for you, just to congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Uma. You have no question? Very well, very well. Honorable Rita, no question. You have one question. Please go ahead and ask.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I wish to congratulate the nominee on his nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And I have no doubts in my mind, working with you as a friend on the Agri Committee, that you can deliver to us. But one area I would really want you to critically look at is the growing, that is the gardening in the homes and then the schools. Yes. So that's one area I believe when we're growing up, we used to have gardens at home and we planted pepper, tomatoes, onions, and it really helped us. And so I would wish that you take critical care of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you very much,
He
Chairman.
indicated he has a question.
That's my good friend, Eric, Chairman. Congratulations. The gentleman from Sankore. Eric, I know you are passionate about how to get the youth into agriculture and also agric extension services. I know you answer my question with those two issues that I've raised. My question is from your manifesto, the NDC's manifesto, 2024, page 78 of 200, at paragraph 3.11, sub 1 and 5. Your manifesto made a very bold promise of rehabilitating a lot of dams. I saw the Pualugu multi-purpose dam there. I saw it. And it's in your manifesto. I've given you the page. You listed a lot, Accra Plains and what have you. How much would it cost you to undertake this rehabilitation programs? And I believe you've done your numbers and you'll be able to tell Ghanaians how much it's going to cost your ministry. I know the House will approve of you. We know what you are made of. But I want to know how much it will cost you to rehabilitate all the dams listed under paragraph 3.15 of the party's manifesto, the NDC. And I wish you the very best, Eric. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the question posed by my colleague is in threefold. The first one has to do with youth in agriculture. The second one, agric extension services. And the last one is on irrigation. And so I will tackle them one after the other. Youth in agriculture. Mr. Chairman, I read a report issued in 2021 by Haifa International. Haifa International is an international organization based in the United States. They are determined to bring an end to hunger and poverty while protecting the earth. They indicate that in Ghana, only 5% of our youth is engaged in agriculture. This is unacceptable. It means that agriculture is not attractive at all to the Ghanaian youth. And therefore, something must be done immediately to make agriculture attractive to the Ghanaian people. What can we do? First, we have to ensure that we create huge market for agricultural products to give confidence to farmers that when they produce, there will be market for their produce. And that is why in our manifesto, we have emphasized on agribusiness. The marriage between agriculture and industry. Industry will serve as the huge market to buy from agriculture. Industry, again, because of the 24-hour economy policy, will have to employ a lot of people, including the children, the grandchildren, the siblings, and the nibblings of these farmers. And so all these people who were hitherto dependent on the farmers will now be empowered economically to contribute off. Because the extension officers serve as an intermediary between research and the farmers. They are the facilitators and the communicators. They help the farmers to make their decisions. They help the farmers to accept and adopt modern techniques of farming. Without them, agriculture cannot develop. Unfortunately, in Ghana, the agricultural extension officer to farmer ratio is around 1 extension officer to 1,500 farmers. Mr. Chairman, reading the handing over notes, because of the priority that we have given to agriculture, as you rightly mentioned, in our manifesto, we have indicated that agriculture is going to be the engine, the pivot, the fulcrum around which all the economic activities will revolve. And therefore, we'll make sure more of these people are recruited to push the agenda forward. On the issue of irrigation, you are asking about the cost of we were putting our manifesto together. And it will be inappropriate for me to put that figure out, as that is not the figure we are going to use to put up the infrastructure. So, Honorable Boama, you have been here for a long time. You know the procedures. As soon as the budget is presented and this issue is provided, the cost will be indicated in there for us to debate. It is premature for you to raise this issue here.
Thank you very much. Very well. I will now give the floor to
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
This is a follow-up. This is just a follow-up to
well, you can
nominees.
ask your follow-up question and thereafter follow up with your substantive question because it's your turn.
Okay. So, Honorable nominee, let me commend you. I have no doubt that you will be able to live up to the billing. You have shown demonstrable confidence, so I have confidence in you, and I want to commend you highly. However, you made a comment on the farmer extension officer ratio. I know that it's been a challenge for a while, even before the MPP took over. I know when it comes to these things, you are more patriotic, and I want to see that sense of patriotism in you this evening. Now, it was difficult. We came in under Dr. Akoto, the same problem. Also a 3 years time. It improved a bit. It improved significantly. Okay? Then, compared to yours was so bad. So if it's a question of farmers to extension ratio, you don't really have the moral right to come and be describing how bad the situation was. How bad the situation was. So we did well. Dr. Akoto did very well. Would you agree with me on that?
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that this issue has been debated upon on the floor. We were told by the Honorable Akoto on the floor of the House that the government was recruiting 1,200 extension officers. But the following year, when they brought the budget and I checked the staff ceilings, I realized that they had recruited only 217. And when we asked them, they said the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development was responsible for the recruitment of the rest. I followed up to check on their staff ceilings, and they were completely missing. And so, leader, sometimes, apart from what we hear on the floor, we have to go beyond that to ascertain whether the paper information is in consonance with the reality.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll have another day for this debate. Yes, we'll have another day for this debate. Not today, he's not ready. He's not ready. Where he's seated, oh, leader, oh, sorry. So, Honorable Novini and a friend, you have been eloquent on agribusiness, and I hear you use that expression a lot. Are you able to elucidate and also contextualize it in the current situation we find ourselves as a country? What do you mean by agribusiness? In what context?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, agriculture is simply the growing of plants and the raising of animals. But agribusiness focuses on profiting from agriculture using technology. And so, in the current situation, agribusiness is anchored on production, processing, transportation, and distribution. And so, we have a situation where there is no link between agriculture and industry. We in the NDC believe that the only way to make agriculture attractive to the youth, the only way to make agriculture profitable, lucrative venture for people to invest in is to marry the two, so that when you produce, value is added to it, you increase your export, you reduce your import, you restore stability to the exchange rate, and then create conducive atmosphere, conducive and congenial business environment for businesses to thrive, throwing out millions of jobs to absorb the teeming youth of our nation.
Okay, so,
any further question?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the nominee knows that changing the mindset of our teeming farmers to switch from the normal subsistence and cutlass and hoe has been a challenge for a very long time. It is easy to say that, well, it's a challenge and therefore we are going to encourage our youth to go into it. What will be the narrative? What are you going to do? You have 4 years. What are you going to do to change this thinking? It is not easy as you're saying it. I have done some consultancy for MIDA, and you go to typical areas where our farmers are. And it's about subsistence farming. It's about what they want to eat. They farm what they are going to eat. So farm, excuse me to say, to the mouth. Exports only is considered when we are looking at free zone companies, and foreigners come and flood this space and take over. I just wish that 4 years from now, we can have evidence to say that indeed we have changed the mindset and the thinking of our farmers and our youth. I don't know how you're going to do this. It's not going to be an easy task. Many a time we find this thing, we state them in our manifestos. This is not the first time your manifesto is talking about agribusiness. It's not the first time. So look into the microphone and tell the teeming Ghanaian youth what you are going to do. I have confidence in you, but it's not going to be easy. What are you going to do to translate these matters practically? How differently are you going to approach this?
Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, we are going to launch a program akin to a champion's Operation Feed Yourself. Under that program, every Ghanaian, every household would be encouraged to own a home garden. At least we should take advantage of the rich soil to produce the basic vegetables that we need in our homes. We are also going to encourage institutional farming. Under this, every secondary school in this country will be made to own a farm. We are going to liaise with my brother, Honorable Haruna, if given the nod, the Minister for Education, to recruit laborers for the secondary schools to help them prepare school farms. Mr. Chairman, if we're able to do this, if for nothing at all, we can reduce the cost of school feeding. We can also improve both the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of the food that is served to our students. Then again, we are also going to encourage the churches and the Muslim entities. Already, some of them are into farming. We can talk about the Savior Church. They are into serious farming. We can talk about the Pentecost Church, the Christo Asafo Church, and many others. I cannot mention all of them. And Seventh-day Adventists and all of them. We want to encourage all of them to also invest in farming. Mr. Chairman, nature has blessed us with land that is capable of giving us the food that we can eat and even export. And so we have to take advantage of that. Now, regarding the peasant farmers issue,
thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I'm not taking that. I just want to thank the nominee. So go ahead with your question.
Okay. So
Order.
Yes. Honorable Eric, do I have your attention?
Mr. Chairman, you have my attention, except that I suspect some kind of a breach of, contract here. Because just before when I entered, you told me that, oh, my brother asked for you, I won't ask you any question, because you are capable. But you are bombarding me with a lot of questions.
Mr. Chair, my friend knows that we both know each other. And I'm doing this because of the people of this country. Just between the two of us, I could have decided not to ask you. But people, our Ghanaians are listening to you. And they need to hear some good words from you. Eric, let me test your knowledge on this. Smart agriculture, sustainability, climate change. You know, these are current words that are used in the current narrative in terms of sustainability, green agriculture, and all that. How are you able to situate this in our situation? And this may be my last question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, all the issues or the terminologies you have raised or broached here point to one particular thing: how to sustain the environment, to make agriculture sustainable as well, how to implement policies that are environmentally friendly. But to properly respond to the question, I just, as part of my preparation towards this vetting, I read from an Indian agronomist and humanitarian, M.S. Swaminathan, who has been described by the United Nations as the father of economic ecology. And he said this: when agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have the chance to go right. When your agricultural policies go wrong, food inflation will be rising. Food import bill will be rising. Unemployment rate will be rising because you are importing more and you are generating exchange rate vulnerabilities that will have the tendency to convulse the entire business environment, leading to business collapse and unemployment rising. And so the policies we have crafted in our manifesto are technically achievable, economically sustainable, and socially acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, let me thank the nominee. I want to thank you for responding to my questions and also to tell you that we are going to follow you with an eagle eye. All the beautiful things you've said, get prepared. Get prepared that we are not going to take them lightly at all.
They are saying you should rather follow with a tiger eye. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, do you have a comment?
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Yes, I know that you have a number of beautiful programs that you want to roll out there. But I have a responsibility because we were in the chamber when we passed our affirmative action bill into law. And you know very well that in pursuing these programs, we have to take into consideration the women and some marginalized groups. And these people always face barriers to land ownership and access to credit. How will you tackle these systemic issues to create a more inclusive agricultural sector as you are proposing out there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, according to a report issued by the World Bank in 2021, in Ghana, 44.1% of women are employed in agriculture. My view is that it is a good thing. The only problem is that they are confronted with challenges like their male counterparts. But I think the issue relating to credit has already been addressed. I did mention that we will establish Ghana Agricultural Insurance Scheme, under which will subsidize agricultural insurance to de-risk agricultural lending and allow the banks to offer credit to our farmers. And so the women in agriculture will take advantage of this opportunity to access credit to expand their farming activities. And then you also raised the issue of land acquisition. I think that has also been dealt with when we talk about the land banks and the fact that we want to prepare the lands, allocate to the farmers, deploy the extension officers, and make sure they deliver.
Thank you very much. Honorable, yeah, you want to? Yeah.
Chairman, just a quick follow-up. On agro-insurance, I know countries like India, I think India, Kenya, Zambia, and a few others in Africa are doing it. I don't know if you have reverted your minds to the need for actuarial scientists to do some good work on this. Because it's a good thing, though, but if you want to bring it to in our country, you have to check on all these variables. Even the Insurance Act may have to come under an amendment. Maybe you have to think about it well, because if you are going to say, I am going to take you on, because I'll be filing questions very soon. So get your actuarial scientists to be doing the calculations and be sure it's something you want to do. Yes. I don't know if you have done that.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, a follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, it is a policy captured in our manifesto. And so all that we have to do to make it implementable has been done.
Thank you.
I'll just add, Honorable Nominee, I realize that you've been concentrating so much on crops, and you have not spoken much on poultry and other aspects of it. And then I also want to know something about how you were dealing with the disabilities. I've mentioned vulnerable group, but disabilities must be a key area that you also have to do. Thank you.
Please, your response, the poultry.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you've noted it.
Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Please.
Mr. Chairman,
poultry and
on the poultry sector, I think it is important I speak to it, because the poultry farmers out there want to hear something from me. Reading the 2024 budget.
Why are you acting this way? You are supposed to be nominated. Your good conduct would. Why? You have not. Your nomination has delayed. You are not going to pray. If I were you, I won't be coming here. Then you are taking a fight with the minority leader. How would I pray for you? Can you leave here, go and pray? Your thing has delayed. All your colleagues have their names out. Yours has delayed, and you are still coming here sharing power.
I love to be here, and I belong here.
Honorable Nominee, your response to the question.
Yeah, but
please,
Chairman,
the response first. Then you can come
Chairman,
in and ask.
my first question was on the poultry industry and what we are going to do to revamp it, because it's so important. And so because of that, I wanted to just make sure you comprehensively, yeah, that's one.
Are you a coach?
Mr. Chairman, reading the 2024 budget, specifically paragraph 402, we are told that in 2022, Ghana's total consumption of poultry was estimated at 324,000 metric tons. Out of this, only 15,000 tons, constituting 4.6%, was produced in Ghana. And so the bulk of the poultry product that is consumed in Ghana is imported. This clearly indicates that the poultry sector is in comatose and needs resuscitation. For this reason,
Honorable Nominee, you are before the committee. You are neither debating on the floor nor on the campaign platform. You know, I've told you, and I spoke through Honorable Ahi.
Mr. Chairman, to revamp the poultry sector, we have provided for a program in our manifesto called Poultry Farm to the Table Program. Under this program, we want to work with the Poultry Farmers Association provide them with financial resources to enable them expand their businesses, increase production to close the huge gap between demand and supply. Then another aspect that we have to work on is the poultry feed. We are going to focus, zero in on production of poultry feed to make it more affordable to bring down food prices in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, reading the Ghana Statistical Service report, they indicate that food inflation, which came to 23%, has increased to 27.8% on the back of rising prices of eggs, which clearly means that we have to push a lot of resources into that sector to revamp it. And it is against this background that President Mahama, on his campaign trail, announced one of the important programs which became famous in this country.
This appears to be a presidential manifesto thing. It's as if you are adoring yourself, preparing to take over from JM. This is not supposed to be the approach. I've already spoken to you. We've not taken a break. Man, Mr.
Chairman, I agree perfectly with you, but I think that we'll do a great disservice to the people of Ghana.
Very well.
If I don't seize this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program. So I wanted to use this opportunity to explain the Nkukon Kitenkete program as part of the measures we will roll out to revamp the poultry sector. Mr. Chairman, let me indicate here that the Nkukon Kitenkete program is not a new program we are introducing in this country. It is an ongoing program. We will just improve upon it. When you read the 2020 budget presented to this House, specifically paragraph 273, the MPP indicated that they were going to distribute Nkukon Kitenkete, Nkonfam Kitenkete, Mponchen Kitenkete, Enyain Kitenkete. But what we are saying is that we are not only going to distribute that, we are going to add cages and also deploy more veterinary services to make the program more effective to enable us actualize our agenda.
Honorable members, it is now the turn of Honorable Ama Boa.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Eric Opoku, congratulations.
I have a point of correction.
Let me recall that easily you were the best regional minister in the Bronga Hafu. You were sent to the Ashanti region, and Majesty Otufo didn't want you to leave. So you really acquitted yourself very well. Okay, I won't say what I was going to say, but I'm very, very happy that you have moved and nominated to the cabinet of President John Mahama. You deserve it because as ranking member on agriculture, you've basically led us to victory. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to excel as the Minister for Agric. Now, it's been said that, and this is what our friends in the MPP has really drummed, that the average agric growth rate in the last 8 years is 5.7%, far higher than the 2.9% growth rate that the NDC bequeathed to the MPP government in 2017. What is your take on that?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this all-important question. It is an argument that has been made on the floor and on several platforms. And I think that it is appropriate for me to seize the opportunity of this occasion to dissect the issues for proper comprehension by all Ghanaians. In the first place, it is inappropriate for anybody to attempt to compare an average growth rate for a period of 8 years with an average growth rate for 1 year. Let's assume that the two represent average growth rate for 2 individual years, and then do the comparison. Mr. Chairman, what is the importance of agricultural growth rate, of increasing agricultural growth rate, if within the same period, I hope the Honorable Former Minister is listening.
He's going to town.
What will be the relevance of an increasing agricultural growth rate if within the same period that you have recorded the growth, your food inflation is skyrocketing, putting a lot of Ghanaians into poverty? Already the World Bank has established a positive relationship between food prices and the number of people in the poverty zone. When your food prices are going up, the number of people into poverty increases. Again, what is the relevance of the growth rate if at the time of the increase, your food import bill is above $2 billion United States dollars? Let it be recorded here today that in 2016, when the agricultural growth rate was 2.9%, food inflation was around 8%. In fact, it is on record that Ghana recorded its lowest food inflation in July 2014 under John Dramani Mahama. And the highest food inflation has been recorded in January 2023, and it's now hovering around 27%. And so in fact, my understanding of economic data is that it is the mathematical representation of the economic activities of the point in time must say the same thing. If economic data is found to be in conflict with the real life of the people, then economic data is massaged. This is not contestable.
And so that really takes me to my next point about food inflation. Oh, please. You want to close? So, can you share with us your strategies to address rising food inflation despite planting for food and jobs? And while you are at it, you can talk about its impact and the billions we have spent without any impact, and what you are going to do about food inflation, because that's what they left us.
Are you saying without any impact? Kofi?
Honorable Patrick Boma, you don't have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
You are out of order.
To address food inflation in Ghana, you need a multifaceted approach. First, you have to work towards increasing production, food production. And that's the reason why we are introducing the Feed Ghana program. Second, you have to work towards the reduction of cost of production, reducing the cost of agricultural production. And that is why President Mahama wants to establish the farmer service centers. These farmer service centers, when established, we are going to deploy agricultural machinery, tractors, tillers, combine harvesters, to these centers. And Mr. Chairman, this time round, we are not going to import only the big tractors. we have taken consideration of the fact that 90%, almost 90% of our farmer population are into peasant farming, and they do not have the capacity, regardless of the subsidy placed on the agricultural machinery, to procure. And so we are going to bring in more of mini tractors, mini tillers, mini combined harvesters, and deploy them to the centers. Fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer will be reintroduced. And this time around, we'll distribute them through the farmer service centers. Agricultural improves.
Thank you very much. I see that you have a clear plan as Agriculture Minister, when nominated, when approved, to lead us into prosperity. So I congratulate you, and may God guide you.
Thank you very much. It's not the turn of the minority leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Hello.
Campaign manager, extensive ECOWAS campaign manager. Man that made you speaker in West Africa. Man that made you speaker in West Africa, your campaign manager, is talking.
My respected senior colleague, let me first congratulate you on your nomination. I have always been watching your debates, and you know that for a fact, how you focus on research, even where you are doing political mischief. You interlace it with some unimpeachable facts that is difficult to rise on a point of order against you. And whoever does so does it at his own peril. But that said, it's admirable to watch you on the floor, and I'm sure the young ones who are determined to learn are able to tap into your political wisdom. Anyway, this evening, I want us to have a little discussion on some of the issues you've raised. First, on the cocoa board. Is there any record from transition to the fact that cocoa board has defaulted on any of the loans it procured? Any of the loans, I mean?
Yes, sir.
Which of them? Which loan?
The $800 million, which was taken last year.
Okay, is there any outstanding still, or it has since paid everything?
From their brief, they rolled over 374,000 tons of cocoa. And even this year, they still have outstanding 300,000 tons of cocoa to deliver. But the assurance was that that quantity was going to be delivered by the end of December.
Yes. Honorable Erikopoku, please, respectfully, kindly, let's have a good interface. Question. They took a loan. Which loan they sought parliamentary approval? I want to know from you, as at the period of transition, had that loan been paid, as in the bankers, the financiers?
In fact, from their presentation, no.
Did they indicate any outstanding left?
But as we speak, from their presentation, their indebtedness is to the tune of billion Ghana cedis. And they indicate that 5.37 billion must be paid this year.
Honorable nominee, you are not paying attention to my question. But I don't mind. I mean, facts are facts. Facts are facts. But I just also want us to be fair
to other stakeholders in the industry who have been in public service, who will not have the benefit of being with us to ask some questions. You get my point? So I am guided accordingly in asking you my questions. So I would encourage you to pay attention to my question. So I repeat, the $800 million that they sought parliamentary approval, which approval Parliament granted, per their records to you, has it been paid?
No, Mr. Chairman.
There are some outstanding.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But are you able to tell us how much is outstanding?
I'm able to tell you the quantity of cocoa that we have to deliver to be able to pay that. And if you want me to calculate the value, I can do it.
No, don't worry. I'm asking that if the figure is not readily available, I'm fine. You can furnish me at a later date. All right? I just wanted to know the syndicated is outstanding if it has not been fully liquidated. If you say so, and you don't have the exact outstanding, it is fine. Now, the expenditure, when I perused the report, I realized that of the 2.2 billion plus, you were saying some 2.6 in administrative expenditure. Did you realize that in that was a 900 million, 900 million went into compensation?
Mr. Chairman, what compensation?
Oh, compensation is compensation.
No,
for
compensation for what?
The the rehabilitation that was done.
The 2.6 billion.
That is so.
What about the 3?
Pardon?
What about the 3.4 billion?
No, I am staying on that. That is a different thing that I may come to. The 2.6 that you're referring to. In it is a 900 million for the compensation for the rehabilitation.
That year, the 900 million was the total investment made by Cocoa Board in cocoa production. The 900 and I think 900 and something million was the total investment.
But what I'm saying is that that 900 million is founded on that expenditure in the 2.6 that you're referring to, correct?
But I'm hearing this for the first time.
You may check.
Okay, thank you.
Please, thank you. Now, the producer price, I'm not an agroeconomist. We learn that Chamber of Parliament is a place we all learn. I'm neither an economist. Mine is the law. But I'm happy to put to you this question so that you can explain to me. Now, the producer price of cocoa, is it based on the spot price at the world market or that which is achieved through CMC's average price as negotiated?
If you recall too, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, no. Just to remind you that it's your leader who is asking you questions. You know,
It's based on the price. If If we do forward sales, we will approve that in Parliament. And the
Honorable Collins Dauda, he was on the committee with us. We'll talk about his story someday. Yes. We'll talk about his story someday. He calls me Miwafasi, you know. In this very room, in this very meeting room, Honorable Setekwe, the then finance minister, met with us. And this was when he was bringing his media budget. And he wanted to discuss some pertinent issues with us as a finance committee. This is what he had to say, that the cocoa sector was suffering low production as a result of the Galamsey activities, and many people were cutting down their cocoa trees for mining activities. And in fact, when he said that, I could relate to it, because my ancestral farms in Asin Fosu area, where my family members have been depending on, few weeks before the meeting, they had come to me that they needed money to buy machine, and that people were making money from gold. And I found that strange. So when he said that, it wasn't surprising to me. Anyway, would you suggest a much more comprehensive approach on the part of the political class in addressing these Galamsey activities affecting cocoa sector, so that we are not seen as playing politics when the real story is there?
Mr. Chairman, I think that when you look at the challenge of Galamsey and its impact on cocoa production, managers of the cocoa sector, knowing very well that these Galamsey activities is impacting on cocoa production, ought to have been very moderate on their cocoa projections. But you come to the House with a projection of 850,000, means that you have put in place adequate measures to produce that quantity. And then you end up recording 500 and something, and then you say it is Galamsey. At the time we were projecting, were you not aware that the menace could have some catastrophic consequences on production?
Honorable Senior, you know, you've earned my respect with that phrase, and I want us to delve a bit into that. You see, this is a national platform, and I know that when it gets to the partisan political space, we throw in a lot of rhetorics. Sometimes we don't mean them, sometimes we mean them. I agree with you that it is good to be measured in our ambitions. I agree. But then also, don't you think that the narrative by us as a political class should be aimed at supporting the sector in a very much pragmatic way? So for instance, getting the opportunity on the floor, you can tell the chief executive,
in view of the realities, this your projection, revise it. Rather than hitting hard or doing the blame game, because we know the reality.
Chairman, I agree with you perfectly. But when the Constitution places a responsibility on you, and you are unable to discharge that responsibility, certainly you have to be blamed. You agree with me as a seasoned and respectable, venerable lawyer in the country, that under Article 257, all the mineral
now
resources...
you are going into law too.
No, I'm not going to law.
That's our small space.
I'm not going to law.
No, that's our small space that my senior and I are keeping to. You are getting there.
Honorable Minority Leader, let him answer.
I know.
Let him answer the question. Please proceed to answer the question.
I was saying that under Article 257 of the 1992 Constitution. Okay.
He wants to be specific, so please, if you can be specific, do so.
That provision in the Constitution places the responsibility on the President of the Republic of Ghana to protect and preserve mineral resources wherever they are found within the boundaries of our country for the future generation. And so if we are blaming a particular government, probably it may be because of this particular provision.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, when you're on a national platform, the language obviously is different, but it's okay. Honorable nominee, now let me, tease your mind on this matter. The EU issued some directives, let me put it for want of a better word, and they were trying to suggest to us that we should adopt a much more environmentally friendly approach in cultivating our cocoa, right from seedling production. Currently, cocoa board, and not only cocoa board, almost all our seed production activities rely on topsoil. Going into the sector, can you assure the nation that you will take steps to encourage the use of cocoa pits, soilless media, as an alternative for the topsoil?
Mr. Chairman, we have the experts in the sector, and normally their recommendation informs policies. And so if in the wisdom of the experts, it is something that can help our nation advance the cost of production, why not? We'll go with it.
So, but would you agree with me that the topsoil as a means of producing seedling is a real problem?
Chairman,
I mean, considering the state of...
We have a way of treating the soil.
Very well.
How can Burkina produce more tomatoes than Ghana? They know how to manage the soil. And so once we have the experts there, let's give them the resources.
Chairman, I'm not talking about actual nursery and final stage of having the seedling in there, because where the seedling production is poor, you produce weak seedlings with low nutrients. They won't survive. You are aware from the report you have from Cocoa Board that their survival rate is 40%. That is the mainstay of my question. That would you want to encourage an alternative means?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. That's the assurance I needed you to give to the country. Because that alternative means will create more jobs. Because this coconut husk, if we encourage the private sector to get into it and then produce the cocoa pit, is going to help a lot of the seed production, not only cocoa but maize, rice, etc., all those things. And then it's going to help us. So that's the point I wanted to underscore. Very well. But let the records reflect.
Mr. Chairman, it's a good point.
That's an honest answer. Now, Honorable Nominee, this swollen shoot virus thing, that, we are just dealing with the surface. I'm not an agronomist. Don't take me into the deeper ocean. I'm not taking you there. I just want to understand general policy issues and how your government is going to see to it. Now, the cocoa swollen shoot virus is one of the major causes of decline in cocoa production, apart from the galamsey thing. Today, the records have it that over 600 hectares out of 1.95 million hectares of cocoa area under cultivation is affected with the disease. Between 2014 and 2016, when the NDC was in government, the control of this important disease was a challenge. Farmers also suffered, and it continued through 2017 all the way to date, no doubt. What will be the policy, a sustainable policy by your government to control this?
Mr. Chairman, as for swollen shoot cocoa disease, the best approach is to cut the affected tree and replant. But my point has to do with the fact that this House approved a loan facility of $600 million United States dollars for rehabilitation of the moribund and diseased cocoa farms in 2019. Almost 5 years now, the impact of that investment ought to have been felt in production. But we are not seeing that. And it is an area that must be a concern to all of us, because we collateralize the cocoa trees. And every year, we have to release 32,802 metric tons of cocoa to service that loan.
Yes, I agree. I think, in terms of, in terms of the impact.
Honorable member, are you on a point of order against your leader? So please, give the floor to your leader. Please, leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. I'm talking about the impact that you talked about. The rehabilitation, as you rightly stated, started in 2019. We are in 2025. So it's only 5 years away. Cocoa production will peak around the 12 to 15 years. So yes, the peak. No, the hybrids will start yielding from 2 years, but you'll be getting only a few pods. So if you want to see the impact, you're talking about 10 years onwards. Yes, so you don't expect to get the impact today. Fortunately, you are in government today. So when the yields start to go up, don't claim the entire credit for yourself. You have to credit the...
Honorable Iwepoku, I think, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. The issue is not about he taking credit or otherwise. I think the thrust of the matter is the impact. And he was suggesting that in his view, the impact is yet to be felt. And I think it's a fair point. The issue of the time lines is another issue. And I just want us to be fair with him. He isn't criticizing, or he's not saying that the policy has failed. All he's saying is that the impact is yet to be felt. Eric, if I got you right. So as to the time for that maturity to be felt, is a different matter. So I'm sure, now back to my next question. Would you agree that under the system, it will take a longer period for the full impact to be felt?
after this rehabilitation exercise from the experts?
Mr. Chairman, if you say the full impact, I will agree with you. But at least the impact must be seen now.
I agree. I agree too. Now, let's get into this. You talked about Nkukon Kitinkiti. Well, I heard it from His Excellency President Mahama. And for me as an entrepreneur, knowing the pressure from our youth on all of us as a political class, beyond the political rhetoric, I believe that if it is implemented, it will help the youth. Because a lot of them are dejected in this country. They don't have jobs, and the pressure is on us. You've already answered that steps will be taken. But let's go up north. You know, some 12 years ago, there was this same beautiful idea. That time, it was not in Nkukon Kitinkiti, it was a confirmed Kitinkiti. Where the guinea fowl rearing thing was introduced. It was not too successful. What assurance can you give to our young men and women in the north who have heard of this in Nkukon Kitinkiti down south? Okay? What assurances can you give them that there will be a reintroduction of the guinea fowl rearing policy, the unconfirmed Kitinkiti policy, to also help them and their livelihoods?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the guinea fowl and Kitinkiti program has already taken off. The MPP implemented this in 2020. And I've referred this committee to a document that is available to the House, the 2020 budget, paragraph 273. In that paragraph, we were told that government was going to distribute a certain quantity of Nkukon Kitinkiti to farmers. In fact, as a ranking member, I followed up. And surprisingly, that quantity, even though procured, what was distributed was far less than half of that quantity. And so the Nkukon Kitinkiti issue, the confirmed Kitinkiti issue you are raising, is already being implemented by your party, Mr. Chairman. And so it is not something new that we have to introduce. We only have to improve upon what you are doing.
So, Honorable Nominee, I just want your assurance to the nation that there would be a program to create jobs. So if your suggestion is that you are going to improve upon it, that confirm Nkitinkiti thing, kindly reassure the nation on that. Honorable Nominee, I mean, as we hear, I'm sure records that the syndicate, as at the time of transition, had been fully paid. The syndicated loan, not other indebtedness. He says that I should actually quote him, and that he believes that there are other facilities that perhaps, if you can refer to and later come back to us, you would confirm yourself that for the syndicated loan, it's been fully paid.
All right. So it's not a question I'm asking you. I'm just providing this information. When you are discharged from this committee, it's not an end in itself. We can all interrogate issues. So just for us to cross-check. Is that okay? All right. Honorable nominee, now let me go into other...
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, sorry, I thought...
Mr. Chairman, I think I
Do you have a response to that?
Yes, I referred to the handing over document that was given to us. Yes. In that document, they indicated that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa, and that they have rolled it over to this year. If that is not related to syndication, I don't have any problem.
Okay, Chairman, with respect, I like the honesty on the part of my respected senior colleague, and that is one of the things I respect him for. You see, because they do the forward sales, okay, at least these are basic things that I know as a member of the Finance Committee. Because last year, they could not sell as they projected. You are right in suggesting that they have some outstanding pledges to the market. That is different from the syndicated loan. So I think that you can check.
Mr. Chairman, are you implying that after or aside the syndicated facility, they did another arrangement to sell cocoa without recourse to us, another forward sales without recourse to us? Because,
no, Chairman,
Chairman said yes.
No, Chairman, with respect, honorable nominee, you pay attention to me. Chairman, with respect, I think you answered it by saying that the impression you had was to the effect that they had some 360,000 tons to supply, which they had already pledged, and they had rolled it over. What you were clear, which I agree with you, was to the fact that you assumed that that was part of the syndicated loan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
It is a fact stated in the document they gave us that they owe the market 374,000 tons of cocoa.
Okay,
if we have not taken their money, how would you own them?
No, Eric, Bojidi, you know, it is different from a syndicated loan. No. If they owe the market, it's not the same as owing a bank. So I am saying that let's be fair to them. You cross-check again so that we bring clarity to this matter. I think that we can always bring clarity. So let me proceed with the next question, if you don't mind. All right. Chairman. Tree Crop Development Authority. Tell me your plans in supporting them to sustain their drive in getting other cash crops to boost our economy.
Mr. Chairman, I think earlier on, in my response to the issue about Tree Crop Development Authority, I indicated that under the Constitution, we are enjoined to continue all projects and programs implemented by the previous government. And so what we are going to do is to look at the whole structure, make exceptions and incisions, tailor it to fit into our agenda, and then execute.
Honorable nominee, let's come to your manifesto, please. Your manifesto. I just need a small explanation on your manifesto.
Mr. Chairman, I thought at the beginning, when I wanted to fully respond to the questions, my understanding was that you wanted me to limit so that you also be brief. it appears you are in breach of this arrangement.
Honorable Chairman, my respected colleague knows that by my nature, I don't breach our gentleman's agreement. He and I know. But I just.
Honorable Brian Achampong, it appears interrupting. Please. He's on the floor asking a question, and out of the mic, you cannot be engaging him. Thank you very much. Leader, you have
Honorable
the floor.
nominee, you know, under the caption in your manifesto, Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, you indicated that the NDC government will create farm banks within the agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities. Well, you and I are aware the complexities in the nature of our land tenure system. How really do you think this is feasible?
Mr. Chairman, if an individual in Ghana today wants to acquire land to engage in farming, he will get it. Why is it that if government wants to get land to farm, he cannot get it? What we are saying is that, yes, people go through a lot of difficulties in getting land for farming. And so as government, we want to take the lead, secure the land, prepare the land, and then give it out for people to farm and increase production.
Honorable nominee, there is this problem we all go through. Social intervention. Incentives we give to farmers. My son asked me this question. Now, why is it that we give so much incentives to our farmers, yet we get too little? How do you plan to ensure that incentives that we give to farmers are properly utilized for the benefit of our economy?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think what we have to do is to make sure that every incentive that is meant for farmers indeed get to the farmers. We have a lot of experiences to share as a committee. When we invited the ministry to come and brief us on why, in spite of the investment we have made in the planting for food and jobs phase 1, we're not seeing the results. We know that in agriculture, returns on investment is very, very high. You put into the soil a grain of maize, and you harvest thousands of them. So returns on investment is very, very high. And so if you invest almost 3 billion Ghana cedis in agriculture, the impact should be monumental. But we're not seeing that. But when we engage the ministry, we realize that donkeys were conveying fertilizer meant for planting for food and jobs to neighboring Burkina Faso. And these are some of the things. You sit in office and you assume that you have deployed the fertilizer. And so this can go and increase production, but it is diverted. So eventually, you are not getting the anticipated results. What must be done is to put in place mechanisms to ensure that every person that is committed into investment in agriculture indeed gets into agriculture. And the results will be monumental.
Chairman, my respected senior has just said something that reminds me of the popular saying that easily said and done. You know you are going into the ministry with a lot of optimism, high hopes, ambitions. You are going to work with a bureaucracy. You conceded that it is the bureaucracy which is the enemy, correct? The enemy is the bureaucracy.
Mr. Chairman, this language is indeterminate. It's cryptic and indeterminate. If you can elucidate on it, I'll be grateful.
Very well. So, I refer to the individuals in the value chain, the policy implementation stakeholders, those who are supposed to implement, like you beautifully demonstrated, that fertilizer or some input meant for Ghanaian farmers, you have some camels or whatever cutting them out of the country. It is not the minister who has failed, but it is the system that has failed. How do you intend to revamp the system in such a way that all these wastes will be dealt with?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of leadership is that the leaders will set the agenda. Leaders will craft the relevant strategies for the actualization of the agenda. Leaders will mobilize people behind those strategies to work to make it happen without counting the cost. And so if leadership is unable to rally people behind the strategies, it's a failure on the part of leadership.
Honorable nominee, you talked about some insurance for the sector. Are you aware of the Ghana incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending?
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of GESEL.
Okay, so this new insurance scheme, is it an enhancement or is something new, respectfully?
Mr. Chairman, it's different from GESEL. You know, GESEL, their modus operandi is different. What they do is that they provide guarantee at a cost. And so when they come in to guarantee for the farmers to take the loan, they add 2% to the interest rate. This will overburden the farmers. And looking at the structure, how can the numerous peasant farmers benefit from this arrangement? And that is why we intend to introduce the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which will be feasible, which everybody can associate with, and indeed bring a lot of farmers to be part of it.
So you agree with me that climate change is a major issue affecting the agro sector, particularly cocoa?
Mr. Speaker, it is a global challenge.
Yes, I agree. I agree that globally we have the challenge. But let's narrow it to Ghana. You would agree that in the Ghanaian agroeconomy, climate change is a major factor, particularly in the cocoa sector.
Mr. Chairman, this is a trite knowledge.
Have you some alternative plans to deal with extreme weather conditions to enhance agriculture?
Mr. Chairman, I think irrigation is the way to go. And then apart from that, we have also captured the development of the greenhouse model. You recall that in 2019, we invested $19.7 million. That was a facility secured for the construction of 3 big greenhouses in this country, the Dowenya one, the Bojuase one, and the Akumadan one. You know that all the vegetables that we see in our shopping malls are imported. But under the controlled environment with irrigation facilities, through the greenhouse facilities, we should be able to produce enough vegetables to take care of some of these situations. But I'm told that in spite of the huge investment that we made in these facilities, as we speak, they are not fully operational. And we have to do everything possible to operationalize them.
Senior, consumption of maize is very high in this country. It's a major staple for us. And we are not producing enough maize. Animals also rely on maize to feed. There's generally some deficit, a huge deficit. How do you intend to deal with the deficit, if any, provided you disagree with me?
Mr. Chairman, you are contradicting the position of your government.
I've asked you a question. No, please. No.
Take the answer.
Chairman.
You pose a question. Honorable Ranking.
Chairman, with respect.
Honorable Ranking, with all due respect, you pose a question to the nominee. The nominee is about to answer the question. You can disagree with him, but candidly allow him to answer the question. Please.
Chairman, my answer is that the Honorable Ranking Member and minority, by that statement, is contradicting the position of his party and government. Because they claim that under the Planting for Food and Jobs, they have produced maize in excess of our demand. This is a position I have continuously challenged. And it is good that today you are being patriotic enough to collaborate that position I've held for several years.
Chairman.
Order.
Chairman, from where I sit, I ask you questions, and yours is to answer. And I put a question to you hypothetically. I did not rely on any data. I put to you a hypothetical question, and I concluded by saying that if you disagree, what is your position? So I do not want us to introduce politics. So far, we've been doing good. Not introduce politics and my government and your government. You know, you and I don't go that path. So I'm pleading with you. So far, you've done well. Let's take away any partisan politics from this engagement. It's not going to help. Now, let me ask you the straight question. What,
Mr. Chairman, I must indicate that I do not intend to engage in any form of politics here. But if the fact is that a government has assumed a position, it will be extremely difficult for me to go around and say that it wasn't said by government and therefore it was said by an entity. I think that under our rules and based on the oath we have taken, we have to be candid to the good people at all times. And then you also urge me that as I appear before you, I must be candid. And that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's okay. Honorable nominee, do you have any public data to support our maize production levels, as to whether as a country we've been successful in producing sufficient for our consumption, or that there are public
we have some public data to suggest that we really are in deficit.
Mr. Chairman, I recall vividly that in 2011, Ghana produced maize in excess of our demand in 2011. And that was the reason why SRAIT, which is a department under the Ministry of Agriculture, recommended to government for the establishment of buffer stock to come into the market, buy the excess produce over demand, stock them to keep prices at reasonable level as a measure to protect the farmers, and then release them during the lean season to also protect consumers by preventing prices from skyrocketing. This is evidence. It is in our records that 2011 we produced maize in excess of our demand. In recent times, we are told that we have produced maize in excess of our demand. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is what is captured on records. But the reality is that within the same period, we saw poultry farmers in Ghana running everywhere looking for maize, and they were not getting it. And so I was surprised that at the time that we claimed to have produced the maize in abundance, our poultry farmers were crying for maize and they were not getting it. And prices of maize have been going up, which is affecting the cost of poultry products. And so the paper reporting indicates sufficiency and even above demand level, but the reality suggests the contrary.
Now let's go to Commander Sugar Factory. Your government took a facility from India to revive it, and you intend to revive it and or to create jobs. Now, I'm interested in the farmers who produce the sugarcane. How do you plan to create a sustainable outgrower system for this factory to be fed with sugarcane for production?
Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I hear some of these questions posed to some of us, I cringe. I cringe in the sense that the facility has been in place for almost 8 years now. If it is only about the production of sugar cane to make the factory work, why is it that within the 8 years we have not been able to do this? Meanwhile, we have invested loans that must be paid back by the Ghanaian taxpayer. And so, Mr. Chairman, yes, you have asked a question, but I wanted to lay a solid foundation, mount the superstructure before I roof it. What we are going to do is that before leaving office, you recall that Parliament had approved a facility for the farmers to produce sugar cane to feed the factory. And we wanted to ensure that we produce sugar cane from January to December, so that we can ensure continuous and uninterrupted supply of sugar to reduce the huge sugar import bill confronting our nation. And so, Mr. Chairman, given the nod, even though it falls within the purview of the Ministry of Trade, we will work in tandem with them to ensure effective implementation and operationalization of the factory.
Honorable nominee, our poultry industry is having some challenges as a result of cheap importation of poultry products. First of all, do you agree that they are having some challenges?
Mr. Chairman, I agree perfectly. I agree perfectly that we are having serious challenges in respect of poultry production in Ghana. And I'm here to recollect one major policy intervention rolled out within the last 8 years to increase poultry production in this country. I'm here to recollect one.
It's the honorable nominee. Honorable nominee.
Yeah.
Ericus.
Yes, sir.
Senior Ericus.
Yes.
Professor. You know, your last 3 answers, then last 8 years, we have lost power. We are no more in office. I'm talking about going forward. So let's not talk about yesterday. Whatever it is.
Mr. Chairman,
let me finish.
Initially, you diplomatically confined me.
Yes, but so why are you getting out of that diplomatic
circle? It appears that you are going beyond.
No, I'm not.
So I also have to come out.
Don't go there. Don't go. Stay within the confines. Anyway.
Honorable minority leader, you should also stay within your limits.
That's all right. Eric, we are staying within a certain whatever. Anyway, let me take you to Winneba. The Winnisek and Takrufum vegetable farmers. These are farmers who are into vegetables, onion, cabbage, lettuce, cucumber, etc. They want me to ask you how assured they should be of your leadership at the Agric Ministry.
Mr. Chairman, we have in our manifesto a program called Vegetable Development Program. We are going to encourage these farmers to form cooperatives. And through the cooperatives, we can make finance, credit available to them. Through the cooperatives, they can access support from the farmer service centers. And we import a lot of onion. According to MOFA, every year we spend around $24 million to import onion from Niger. Again, we import a lot of tomato. In 2018, tomato importation cost our country $99.5 million. In 2022, tomato importation was around $400 million. And so there is the urgent need for us to focus on the production of these specific vegetables as a means to reduce the food import bill and restore some kind of restoration to the exchange rate regime. And so, Mr. Chairman, just indicate to your people that the hope they anticipated in President John Mahama has arrived, and that we are going to cause them to jump into ebullience. To be enraptured.
Honorable nominee, my final point, not a question to you per se, but like I did with Honorable Haruna Iddrisu. You are one person who is respected by your colleagues. Can you share with the Ghanaian youth how you've gotten this far? And that is my final question.
Mr. Chairman, in life, there are certain basic principles that you must hold on to if indeed you want to rise. Humility must be your hallmark. The fear of God is the foundation for everything. It is the beginning of wisdom. And with humility and the fear of God, everything is possible to achieve. It is with these two principles that by God's grace, I appear before you the third time for Verton. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, as usual, I recognize the presence of Nana Minta Sankore Menkumhini. Nana Ochere Siabo Esu Fufu Chief. Honorable Dr. Peter Buama Tokuno, NDC Director, Interparties. Honorable Isa Ben Ahmed, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Chairman. Honorable Seydou Adam, NDC Esunafo South Constituency Organizer. Honorable Charity Gardner Ahafo, Regional Minister Designate. Nana Kobna Ajiman, Opambo, Yenchirahini, Nana Tachiwa, Doma Ben Kumhima, and Honorable ABA Fuseni.
One proverb.
Former member of Sanerugu. Honorable ABA Katuma Biaola.
Okay, one proverb before you go. One proverb.
Thank you very much. I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to numerous questions posed to him. I use the opportunity to congratulate you and assure you that surely you will hear from the committee. You are therefore discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Some few remarks. This is a very nostalgic moment for me, as you all very much aware. Honorable Haruna Iddrisu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only, the minority's position is that Dr. Yao Educhum shall take up the questions and then ask some few questions on our behalf. These are largely policy questions, and thereafter I will have some few bites, and then the nominee will most likely be discharged. We are reminding the majority that their well-behaved posture will lead to the fast-tracking of the nominee.
Honorable Educhum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also have that kind of nostalgic feeling coming to Parliament and having our leader guiding